Welcome to PUBG Mobile's Dino Ground. I'm the Dino Explorer who'll be leading you on this adventure. Here, you and your teammates will go on a survival adventure together. Naturally, exhilarating challenges await in this unknown battleground. Let's remain vigilant and open-minded as we embark on our prehistoric exploration. The first stop is the Primal Zone. These protected areas are located all over Erangel and Livik, and are the primary habitats of velociraptors and pterosaurs. But fear not, they won't hurt you. Approach cautiously to tame them, and they'll become your most loyal battle companion. You can also ride them to participate in various challenges and become a Dino Ranger. Unleash your imagination to discover more interesting gameplay. Shh, keep it down. You don't want to scare the baby dinosaurs. Besides large adult dinosaurs, there are also some adorable ones in the dino hatchery on the map. Be friendly, and who knows, your loving care might bring unexpected surprises. Next, we have the most perilous and exhilarating Dino Settlement. This is where the T-Rex with extraordinary destructive power is detained, making it a popular area for players to compete for. Be sure to protect yourself. While eliminating enemies, destroy the gate to rescue the T-Rex and make it an exclusive mount for you and your teammates. Use the T-Rex special skills to cooperate with your teammates to force your way out and enter the final play zone. Alright, I believe you now have a good grasp of all the prehistoric survival guide tips. So what are you waiting for? Come and show off your skills in the new PUBG mobile version. PUBG Mobile version 2.6 is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. Welcome to the Dinogram. Velociraptor, Pterosaur, T-Rex. The 3 prehistoric legends have arrived at the battleground. Let's see where they can be found. Primal zones are scattered throughout the map. We can find velociraptors and pterosaurs there, tame them, and become their friend and companion. Velociraptors and pterosaurs are loyal companions, but they can only carry one player on an adventure. Besides that, they have different strengths. Velociraptors are adept at jumping. They can easily jump onto a higher platform or roof, allowing for quick traversal and exploration. Pterosaurs are great at flying. They can dash a certain distance to quickly reposition. They can also grab teammates or enemies on the ground to help the team or disrupt enemies. There are loads of other interesting things in Primal Zones as well, such as the Pterosaur Hoops minigame, dino hatcheries, and more. Let's explore together. The Dino Settlement has quality supplies and a formidable T-Rex that needs rescuing. Once rescued, you can fight alongside it. The T-Rex can carry 4 players and traverse through river terrain. It also has 2 powerful skills, Roar and Dash. The T-Rex's roars can cause damage and screen shake, while its dash gives it a speed boost. For every match, a T-Rex will randomly spawn in a dino settlement. Fancy becoming the coolest team on the battleground? Then you've got to find it. In the latest version of World of Wonder, you can experience new gameplay devices, including the teleportation device, dinosaur spawn device, UAZ spawn device, and more. At the same time, we've also added new objects, such as the trampoline, launcher, conveyor belt, and boost belt, among others. You can get your creative juices flowing. At the same time, we'll also be introducing a new parkour gameplay type. You'll begin at a starting line, and go through various levels as you skillfully cross moving platforms and avoid large swinging hammers. The one who reaches the finish line first will be the winner. In World of Wonder, we've added a feature tab and simplified the process of using templates in order for you to create and discover new possibilities more easily than ever. You can now find a match for multiple creations at the same time to get playing as quickly as possible. In the new version, Classic Mode will be undergoing loads of updates. We've added a full auto mod attachment that gives some firearms a full auto firing mode. It's compatible with the M16A4 and the MK47. Not only that, but we've also tweaked some firearm specs and adjusted the locations of vehicle spawns and more. Furthermore, the new Cycle 4 Season 12 is coming soon. Please look forward to the new season rewards. There are some updates to the Metro Royale gameplay. Gather your friends and give it a try now. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. For more information about Classic Mode updates, please follow our official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Sudah sedih lah, sebab sekelas kita orang, standar kita orang patutnya tinggi. Yang aku rasain benar-benar sedih sih. Kayak aku jujur, aku ngerasanya kita nggak lolos. And kita orang tak lepas tuh buat saya macam speechless.
Maksud belum ada beberapa perubahan dalam carta bagi kedudukan siapa yang akan qualify ke next week ataupun minggu depan.
Saya nggak ada render mobil sama render orang.
Sejujurnya lumayan ngerasa susah sih, karena bener-bener ngerasain orang baru gitu kan. Kayak ya aku sama Yoi kan dibilang cukup udah lama, tapi sama yang lain kayak Swavel, Satar, itu kayak baru ya. Kita harus cari gameplay baru, layout baru, terus kita harus cari connection, chemistry gitu-gitu ya. Itu cukup makan waktu sih menurut aku. And kita harus start dari bawah balik, start from scratch. And banyaklah benda baru yang kita buat. Contoh kita orang bonding, macam kalau sebelum ni kita orang buat effort dia dalam 1, sekarang effort dia dalam 2, macam tu je lah. plus minus macam tu.
DBE untuk mereka perlu mencari lagi 10 markah untuk memecut DBD.
Dekat Liga, masalah yang saya rasa cuma tak confidence kita orang tu macam kurang. Mungkin gara-gara kalah fight macam tu. Tapi kita orang berusaha balik untuk step up. Hilang rasa kepercayaan satu sama lain di saat kita udah kalah fight, di saat kita lagi down gitu. Belum kurang ada yang bisa nyemangatin balik gitu.
Bisa, Gen. Pas lu di mana? Pas lu kena tadi. Bisa. Apa yang nggak bisa, Cok?
Soalnya kan yang paling belakang aku bareng kalian, Cok.
Yang tadi terjadi di Myanmar sebelumnya, mereka harus fight. Tujuh ke arah PBE. Timing. Dua pemain dari Bigetron, kita harapkan mereka bisa menang.
Tinggal Ryzen yang tersisa di bagian tangga, bermain dengan menggunakan semua UAV dan gagal. Bigetron dipulangkan ke arah lobby, semakin mendebarkan situasi saat ini.
Digunakan 3 peluru terakhir, tembakan
Buat nomor satu
bermain di dalam. Tapi PBE menang lagi. PBE menang lagi. PBE sudah mendapatkan 11 eliminasi.
Ini mereka bisa bala back time loh malah.
Santai dulu, bos. Santai dulu nggak sih PBE? Santai dulu. PBE pulang.
Dipulangkan. Hashtag 3 tapi Cok.
14 elim.
Tangkap, Pri. Tahun ini udah kemana yang mga Indo?
Sebab kita seberangan kan dengan PBE. Aku lihat reaction mereka, aku lihat mereka sampai last circle, dan kita dapat informasi kalau PBE itu number 3 dan 14 kill kan. Dan di situ aku ngerasa kayak udah enough, kita udah nggak bisa lolos. Ternyata kita beda 1 poin, kita masih bisa lolos ya.
Belum. Kita pecat produsernya, Cok. Oh, enggak bener.
Wah, lolos. Yeah! Wow, beda 2 bonus poin.
What do I feel? I cry. I feel like I rasa bersyukur lah, macam diberi kesempatan lah. Menurut aku ini kesempatan kita sih buat buktiin ke orang-orang kalau kita masih layak, dan kita harus bersyukur kita masih bisa lepas, bisa lolos gitu. And we learn from the league lah. So in the final we hope we can do all out the best performance, the performance that we are waiting for so long. Kalau dari aku sendiri motivasinya yang pasti ya itu sih yang pertama, kita masih diberi kesempatan buat membuktikan gitu. Dan aku rasa juga poin nggak jauh, semua masih bisa dikejar, nggak ada yang nggak mungkin. Nothing is impossible sih.
Sepertimu Box Gaming, oh box. Say you remember me, PUBG Mobile.
Perasaan aku ya senang aja sih bisa balik lagi kompetitif, apalagi di ajang SEA kan, sebab belum tentu semua orang bisa mencapai di titik ini gitu. Jadi bersyukur aja. Cuman yang awalnya emang nggak expect mereka mau pindah, karena bilangnya mereka yang satu bilangnya mau rehat, yang satu bilangnya masih mau main. Tiba-tiba mereka pindah, ya aku juga sempat diajak kan. Ya udah, maksudnya dari situ aku respect aja sih keputusan mereka. Apapun yang mereka lakuin kan itu demi kenyamanan mereka sendiri.
Tengah lah, bego.
Kalau ada kemungkinan workspace kedua itu berarti kalau misalnya dia ngelihat di sini cuma ada update kan bisa jadi yang orang ini kaplak kan. Ini coba bisa jadi. Tapi mainnya masih cepat.
Soalnya yang aku kalau misalnya ini 2 sih, kalau misalnya
Persija EVOS, salah satu nama yang memang sangat-sangat besar dekat Indonesia. Player dia pun besar. Zuxi, Luxi. Ini antara orang lama, OG untuk PUBG Mobile. 2 season agak santai untuk diorang. Tapi PMSL kali ini, Kalau kita tengok daripada statistik, daripada segi kill point, elimination point, survival rate, Zuxi dan Luxi membawa Persija EVOS mendunia. Kali ini kita boleh nampak orang lama masih berbisa.
Pertama sih senang karena bisa berada di tim baru. Karena di tim lama mungkin kita belum dapat yang terbaik dan saya mau cari suasana baru di tim baru ini dan semoga di saya kali ini kita dapat peringkat yang paling terbaik lah karena di tahun kemarin kita tidak dapat pergi ke saya sama sekali kan. Ya semoga aja. Jadi untuk line up-nya itu sebelumnya aku pernah bermain dengan Red Face juga dan pernah juga sama Microboy dan aku juga pernah juga sama cukup lama juga dengan Misery. Terus ditambah lagi dengan anak baru yang berpotensi yaitu Lynx. Jadi gak banyak banget hal yang harus dirubahkan di tim ini. Jadi tinggal memaksimalkan aja. Semnan. Karena apa Semnan? Karena kita sering banget ketemu dengan Semnan dan kita sering kalah di fight-nya dengan Semnan. Jadi tim yang harus diwaspadai dari Malaysia itu Semnan.
震惊是因为竟然有马来队伍要拿我们华人，然后兴奋是因为我可以打 PMPL， 沟通问题是最大的咯。就比如有一个队伍在你左边或者右边，你要表达就要想一下，只想1-2秒。当然这1-2秒在游戏上是很关键的。然后打法上也是，我们只有不到15天的时间要慢慢磨合，所以能打到这样子，我觉得不错啊。
Perasaan saya, hopefully diorang dapat memberikan yang terbaik dan target top 2.
Bahasa memang paling penting sekali dalam komunikasi. Dalam Team 79 dia memang unik sebab dia kira balance. Ada player Putra, ada Adips, ataupun ada Dap, and then dua daripada player ni akan main dengan Long dengan Loyu. So ini yang orang cakap kebimbangan dan main concern saya masa 79 announce roster ni. Bahasa apa dia nak pakai and will it work? Adakah ia akan berkesan? Tapi surprisingly diorang berjaya untuk adapt and jadikan komunikasi itu okey.
Jayo.
Jayo.
Gambate. Gambari.
Mungkin dari Semnan masuknya Loyu and Long dengan masuknya mereka berdua sangat impact banget. Bahkan aku sampai bakal bisa ditawarin tim PEL ya. Gila, aku kayak dua orang ini tuh impeccable banget.
So saya rasa bangga dia cakap kita orang top team kat Malaysia. Saya tak tengok pun PMPL SEA tu sebab saya fokus study. Tapi saya tengoklah result dia and adalah beberapa game saya tengok. Bolehlah mengecewakan lah. Diorang tak perform sebab saya tak ada je. Diorang perlukan saya. So jangan gelak lah. Ais. It's a fact, you know. So PMSL, I'm back. Macam tu lah. Kadang-kadang kita orang explain lah apa maksud. Macam maksud certain phrase lah. Kita orang explain apa maksud dia, then dia orang faham lah. So kita orang tolong each other lah untuk hadapi lah masalah tu.
Sembilan! Aduh! Macam mana bodoh tu?
Selamat datang di Grand Final PMSL SEA 2023 dan tentunya ditemani sama kita berdua untuk hari ini bersama gue Junior dan juga
inilah kesempatan mereka untuk membuktikan kualitas mereka. It is now or never.
Loyu masih lagi akan hidup. Tiger X akan datang dekat ini dengan DBS dan makanya lepas dalam kawasan semua. Dia cuba naikkan nyawa, dia cuba berjaya naikkan nyawa dengan lawan dengan dua orang. Dia dapat satu. Dia mencari yang kedua sekarang ini. Nyawanya lebih tinggi. Sam 9 Loyu berjaya dan Long juga akan dipegang. Survival akan berjaya untuk dilakukan. Nyawa perlu dinaikkan secepat mungkin kerana player daripada face clan betul-betul depan muka. Posisi ini dilakukan gantung. Mormon dapatkan Lung dan Mormon akan mendapatkan
Kenal kawasan kau tadi bila kau ambil kat warehouse tu. Satu kau main warehouse, kau ambil seorang. So sepatutnya kau ni priority kau lagi.
Tapi ingat aku 2 orang.
Susah berapa kali kita nak boleh ingat. Kalau kau tak boleh nak, kalau kau rasa kau tak boleh nak aware surround dia, sekarang ni kau ikut orang je. Kau jangan duduk seorang. Sebab apa kau ada masalah, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku. Aku ingat teammate ada aku, aku ingat teammate ada dengan aku. Because it's already the grand finals and the mistake that we made, it's a repetitive mistake. So you have to, it's the grand final. What else is there to say? You don't get to play this kind of level that frequent.
Coba cek depan ya. Kalian berhenti, gua cek depan, Cuk. Lihat belakang dan
sama lain sangat tinggi. Sekarang ni RRQ
maka ada kebangkitan dan juga lebih banyak majority mengakibatkan PJ Esports.
Satu lagi depan gua.
Begitu saja dan harus melawan Potato dan benar aja Exa. Ini udah top performance-nya Exa sih. Ini udah 100%-nya Red Face sih. Ini benar-benar suara berbeda digunting mereka sekaligus dari pemain-pemain yang ada di low ground dan selesai. Bom yang masuk.
Kalau gua ke kanan nih, kalau gua ke kanan, itu anjing nggak pernah soal. Kalau nggak gua udah bingung.
Motivasi aku ketika kemarin tidak qualified to PMGC final itu yang apalagi PMGC final dan offline turnamen terus di Jakarta dan aku nggak ada di situ jadi kayak aduh ini suatu momen yang sangat disayangkan banget jadi itu yang titik kembalinya aku buat main lagi sih pengen main lagi. Sudah lama tidak mendapatkan piala dan saatnya ini waktu buat dapetin piala sih. Kan udah sekitar 2-3 tahun belum ada piala. Jadi bangun tidur belum nggak lihat piala di rumah ya kayak rasa ada yang kurang kan. Jadi hari ini kita harus dapet piala sih.
Ada satu jalan cerita yang kita boleh kata lebih cantik, lebih meriah, lebih suasana yang menakutkan. Sebab kita tahu kalau bukan DBS, bam habis. Ada variasi daripada penggunaan senjata tu, ni mungkin akan jadi PMSL yang terbaik pernah kita lihat. Sebab setiap player akan tunjukkan kehebatan masing-masing menggunakan senjata yang berbeza. Itu yang saya nantikan untuk Grand Final.
ก็เริ่มตั้งแต่ PMPL แชมเปี้ยนครับแล้วก็ทุกรายการที่แข่งขันต่อไป
16 teams. Now one step closer to the top. Who will be the one? Enigma. Anchor PUBG Esports. Falcon Esports. Five of Danger. Game Lab. Genesis Esports. Harame Bro. Here we go again. Kill enemy. Magna Esports Club. Ostia Esports. Playbook Esports. Sin Main Team. The Guys of Asian. West Point Mamba Esports. Yangon Galacticos. Who will be the kings of SEA Wildcard?
Today is the day history will be made because we are ending our PMPL South Asia Wildcard here today. It's going to be the last day of the Grand Finals fall season. I'm Chicha and this is Cloud. We're back for our final day here, Cloud.
Oh, it's going to be a dramatic day. I expect it to go down to the wire, down to the last game. So you guys better stay tuned and be at your seat until the final game ends, because we still got a good handful of teams who can go for the and of course the slot onto PMSL.
And I love the introduction of each of the team just now. We never see that before, and that was a refreshing introduction for each of the team that participating in this grand finals as well. Speaking of which, we do have a very high contenders of number one. There's only going to be one spot for PMSL as well. Who will be going for this season? Will it be GE again, or will it be a different team entirely?
Yeah. And today we'll have the surprise announcement about PMSL as well. Well, we don't know. Honestly, if I look at the rundown, it's not in there. So you guys stand by for a surprise. But stand by for this as well, as the new skins are now available. And it's called the new Power Crew series. I mean, they're a crew. They're dinosaurs. They're powerful. So Power Crew series it is.
But we don't have the fourth skin though, because we do have 4 players in the game. So I guess the 4th player is actually in the car right now, waiting to drive by, you know, maybe that's the case here. But next we do have the Race to Victory Ducati Panigale V4S in the collaboration items available for you guys. And it's already in the past, but you can flex your skin now. We haven't seen a lot of this skin, and plus it's only exclusively during this season. So if you're late into the party, then I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, you snooze, they say. Or what Chuchu always says. Anyway, don't forget to check out your friends who already got it. Make content with it, then tag us. We'd like to see how it looks as well. But we also like to see how the new RPA series looks. Get items worth more than 48,000 UC. Don't want to miss out on this. As always, if you play the game all the time, which you should, get the RP, earn rewards for yourself at the same time. Don't miss out on this opportunity again. You don't know if it might not come back later on. So your RP right now.
And that's kind of true because there's going to be only limited amount of time for you to gain it. And also this is going to be exclusively during its time. If you haven't tried the new team mode, just try and have fun with it. It's not just about stress and competitive side of the tournament. There's also the fun side of the game itself, because we play games to de-stress ourselves, not being stressful about it. So make sure you have fun and try out the ride of the Dino Power. There's going to be a lot of dinosaurs for you to ride. The Velociraptor, there's also the T-Rex, and also all the flying things out there. I forgot what it's called, but yeah, I mean, like, try it out, guys.
Yeah, but this is what the teams will be trying out for. 40,000 US dollar prize pool, and we are at the final day of the finals, the grand finale, the granddaddy. We will find out who will be champions of PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard. Of course, the team came here to 2 weeks of league qualifiers, whereby we found the top 16 teams and the best 16 teams inside of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard. So they are here and they will be gunning for the next stage.
Yeah, which is going to be PMSL for the fall, and only one slot will be available for these guys, even though we do have 16 teams. But one slot will joining in as the rest of the other region, including Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam and Thailand, to join the other 16 teams in the PMSL. Who are the other 11 teams? We have no clue yet. We have to wait for the announcement, which I don't know. By the end of today, we do have a different announcement as well.
Yes, and besides the announcement, in case you guys just join us for this season, where you have been, the bonus points is also the starting point, the starting of these teams in the grand finals. We did see GE getting full 40 points for the 2 weeks of league, and they had a head start. And now they are still in the run to be the champion. So the initial bonus points did affect the performance, or affect the overall rankings in the finals.
But you guys already saw the introduction before we start our official tournament in the grand finals last day here today. This is going to be your 16 teams hailing for different flags, different region entirely. We do have Myanmar, we have Philippines, we have one Singaporean team coming up from Magna Esports, and also the Cambodian. Speaking of which, so far a lot of Myanmar team waving up in the top 3.
Yes, so far out of these teams, favorite? Let us know in the comment section. And this is where we are at this point. The overall rankings with HWG. Here we go again. Currently at number 1 spot, but trailing behind is Genesis Esports with only 9 points difference. And they have a chicken dinner in hand, meaning that at this point, the tiebreaker would still favor E. But the Yangon Galacticos, Enigma, not too far as well. With 6 games to go, anything can happen.
For the side of Enigma, they are the only team without any chicken in the top 8 up there. But speaking of our top three teams for the past few days, which we had it yesterday, PBE playing the heck out of it. I'm talking about them stepping up into the game, having performed as consistent as they could be. Osja Esports rising up to the occasion, and GE having the most chicken dinner in a day with a very quiet start in day number 1. Coming up with second day, on the other hand, different team entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. GE now the record holders of the most hits in a single day. That's 3. But we don't know if that record will be broken today. But teams like PB will be there to stop them. And as usual, this will be our today's match. Going to be the same sequence. We're going to start off with Sandhawk. We're going to play 3 Wrangles, the most map that will be played in the grand finals, and as well we will end up with 2 Miramas in today's matches. So who will fill up those slots?
We didn't mention enough about the team as example here, TGOA, as well as there's one more team, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Harame Bro, who preferred to play it more in Mirama, and the rising of the second page team, including Magna, who happen to be more favoring towards a Wrangle. But we're going to starting off for our last Sunhawk in this season, and we do know for a fact Harame Bro did manage to score once, but at the same time this is the wildcard. Yes, it is a wildcard region. It's also a wildcard map where we only get to play it once a day, so whoever don't really do well in a Wrangle or Mirama, this is their opportunity to just push up the numbers.
After multiple days of playing inside Sandhawk, GE still tops the chart with as the highest Sandhawk performer of all. But nevertheless, they have not gotten a chicken dinner in Sandhawk. but it could be because it's a iffy circle or a wildcard circle, like what you choose. So it also depends on what kind of circle are we going to get in game number 1 as well. Will we get a tough one? Will we get an easy one? It's up to the teams to overcome it, because to be the best, you got to beat the rest. And here are our predictions for the teams that might be the best of the best today.
A lot of white and reds down there, but before we starting off, we have to announce another point here, which Enigma will be appointed with 1 more point based on the day number 2 yesterday's Sunhawk. So they've been given another point. I'm not sure what's the issue back there, but at least Enigma do have an extra point as a start for day number 3. But when it comes to Akasa's prediction here, I mean, like, I just hope I don't jinx the team. That's it.
Well, you have here we go again there. So I don't know, but you still got a one right prediction yesterday. So it's a sign that it's like, okay, it's gone now. It's gone. So I guess out of the top 6 teams that we put in our prediction here, all of them have a chance of getting that number 1 by the end of the day. But other than that, I don't know. Maybe the points are a bit too far.
Yeah, but it's still, there's a chance for the top 5 team, especially the top 5 here. I'm talking about their gap. It's still within reach, but I'm not sure about Sin starting off with 117 as a start here to catch up. Maybe they have to gain 50 points, which is reachable and doable within 2 or 3 maps. But they have to make sure that the rest, the teams that are on top of them, are not getting too much of a point either.
Yeah. So I guess they need to pray hard then, besides putting in their own performance too. But inside of Sunhawk, you have to pray hard for the circle to kind of favor you, since it is a rather iffy map. Glad for the teams that they're only playing it once, but for us, of course, it's going to be entertaining. We'll get to see how the teams overcome such challenge. And if you want to be the champion, you got to do that.
Oh, you have to be the best and you have to beat the rest. Back towards our first Sunhawk map of the day and the last Sunhawk in the entire league. Speaking of which, we didn't have a lot of Pine Circle, nowhere near Samuel Camp Charlie, so it's on the northern side. And will we get a 3-island circle as the start of our final day here, which is going to be super tricky for the players and teams?
Yeah, it will be. So far, we've seen circles, at least in the final, 1 inside Alpha Island, another circle in the Main Peninsula. Maybe next will be the Ruins Island. We don't know. It's all down to the RNG. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, first game of day 3. Let's go.
As we fly into our last Sunhawk in the grand finals here. And the flight path happened to be very generous as well, almost in the center, splitting the map into this north and the southern part equally divided. At the same time, everybody have to wait for the circle. This is a very small map, so wherever they happen to be dropping by, it's easy for them to rotate. And it's greater if they do have vehicles to spot themselves on. But we do have Sin dropping early with APG alongside Osja Esports and TGOA on the very small island. Now on Camp Alpha Island, we do have 3 teams, Falcon, Osja Esports and TGOA, while on the side around Sami, well, lucky enough, Sin is not actually clashing with APG, but Arame Bro taking Painan so far. I'm not sure if there's any skirmishes, but it might be right on top of Paradise Resort, which taken by GE for the past few days.
Looks like this time not, even in Camp Bravo, where Magda and Yakuga because clash for the last 2 Sandhawks. Yakuga choose to drop on the outside of Camp Bravo around the areas of Ban instead, and Camp Bravo will be Magda. So a good between all these teams as a start. Now, of course, the next question will be what kind of circle to get? Are we going to get an iffy one? But looks like no. For the last Sandhawk in the PMPL SEA Wildcard this season, we're going to see a nice circle in the Main Peninsula.
High chance you might land it up right on top of Bum. But there are cases we've seen before. It's on the outskirts of Paradise Resort. So it's between those 2 places. But it actually is a good sign for teams that actually land themselves on top of Cam in the Bird Cam area or even nearby, because they are within the circle, including GE in this case, which happen to be on top of Paradise Resort. But expect to be a lot of team passing by on the during the second stage henceforth, because we do know it's going to be like over 1 minute for their looting phase, and then these teams will start to move.
Speaking about teams, I'd like to see how Magna will continue on their performance. Yesterday was a decent day for them. In fact, if we consider their entire performance throughout the league in a single day, I would say that yesterday's game was one of their best. And because of that, they came out of the bottom number 16 and now they're at number 12. Yeah, they can't get the champion. It's a little bit too far for them. But if they can break into the 100-point mark, maybe to get a top 5 even, I think that's a great achievement for Magna.
It's all about their progress, and at the same time, how much they actually did grow for the past few weeks, including the league stage. Now, league stage, if you compare with the grand finals, it's totally two different Magna teams you're talking about. Because during grand finals, they are quite daring in the first week. Then they start to be a bit quiet in the second week, where they're coming back in the grand finals, knowing for the fact that they have nothing else to lose. And speaking of Magna, being greeted by Andrew, first contact made, and within seconds, finish off as clean as it can be, coming up from YG. A great point for YG as they want to push up to top 1, and they can actually do it.
Yeah, with that 1 point, they are 17 points different at this moment with Here We Go Again. And I think trap set by YG because they know that Magna is inside of Cambodia. So they're waiting for Magna to come out, and the moment Magna step out, and that's it. That'll be the first point secured. And now with Romeo Boy doing pretty much the same thing. He's waiting on the high ground. Ace Magna does come out to his area, he'll probably secure the second point.
Yeah, due to the last few days of history, be fighting over Camp Bravo or around there somewhere, YG, knowing exactly how the rotation of Magna will be done. On the side of Magna, it's not too late for them to part ways and go for an exit out and go for the circle instead. If they're still lingering around the same corner, YG might actually rush in here. On the side of Arame Bro, leaving Painan quite early, surprisingly, even though Painan is a very strategic choke point for those teams coming up from a different island and passing by. But Enigma, on the other hand, taking around these houses, like we know, around the junction area, but too close against GE, who does have those elevations. But I have a feeling, Wes, do you think about whether to go in or not against Enigma?
Yeah, if Enigma goes out early, then it's difficult for them to catch up. And there'll be only 5 more games to go, and considering that the top teams will also gain points. Speaking about the top teams, also wanted to point out that our top 3 teams are all from the Myanmar region. So this season is just showing that the Myanmar region is doing great, especially with HWG on top. But for the guys of Asia also representing the Myanmar region, unfortunately, number 15 now, and they might lose someone. As yes, it's a confirmation, one is out, and fights happening elsewhere, with Dale being eliminated by KE.
Harame Bro, who just left Painan the last time we saw them, happened to be greeted by KE on the other end. Didn't end so well for them since they lost 1 man early on. But still a doable trio coming up from the side of Falcon. They might actually be sharing the same fate here, fighting against none other than, if I'm not mistaken, it was Austria Esports instead of FOD. Usually they fight against FOD, but this seems like a different case. But KE still trying to eye out to the side of FOD now, right across them. They did noted another team just passing by, but feels like KE. Where are the other two though?
I think they are somewhat around. Yeah, we can see on the north side. I don't think they're too far away, because the last time we saw like the bird's eye view, they are quite close to each other. And yes, now we've got a good view to them. In fact, the top has visual on another team on the other side. Look at the long range. I doubt that he can get a knock from there, but if he can, that's probably going to be sort of one of the longest distance knock at least.
Ambitious distance of spray there coming out from the players. Imam spotted out APG. Surprisingly, Harame Bro happened to be clashing with 2 or 3 teams in the early stage of the map itself. While APG still tried to scout out where are those bullets coming up from. Couldn't spot any of these players. Shroud a bit perplexed, confused where those shots coming out, but Exit definitely knows there's and relayed information. YG on the other hand had a good start before, but now it's going to be the next contender. HWG happened to be nearby, and HWG cannot afford to lose this too much. They're still number 1, but they are not that solid when it comes to number 1 at podium spot. Anytime if they're being decimated for the entire team, GE can easily just take them over.
Okay, HWG will be happy to try to take out YG here at the same compound. close contenders for their top spot. Romeo Boy failed to pick up his teammate, but Mewtwo down by Loki from afar. Nice support cover fire by Loki.
Dangerous game played by HWG, but the circle happened to be shifting right now with TGOA and Ozja Esports coming up from Cam Alpha, the latest into the party. But the circle happened to be generous again, centralizing on top of Bootcamp and around Paradise Resort, just barely make it into Bum. But look at the crowd in the center, just on the outskirts of Bootcamp, while HWG playing a very dangerous game. Yahiko tried to save Alpha, Mewtwo, who's being knocked down, bleeding out right now, while the rest of the teams are giving support fire just to buy space for the rest of the teammate to have a reset. On the side of YG is a failed attempt to rush these teams out.
Ooh, okay, HWG, they're back in all fours and they're going for the chase. They want to secure their other elimination point, and the moment they get it's going to be 3 elimination points for them. But it's going to be Falcon, the first team to go out. We didn't visual of them at all, so not too sure what happened. But for YG now, with only one man left standing, I mean, for them to catch that number 1 spot, even GE will pull away them.
For the side of Falcon, I'm not sure, did they actually met up with G-Lab, or was it HWG who happened to be securing 3 eliminations? But HWG definitely secures 3 out of YG. So I guess the answer is going to be coming up from the side of G-Lab. Surprisingly, G-Lab super aggressive in this one, but I'm glad that they actually woken up from their slumber, knowing for the fact today is the last day. They have to do something about their placement down there. On top of West Point Mamba, yesterday was a disastrous day for them.
Unfortunately, because of that, they dropped to number 10 with 15 points difference between the 100-point mark. And because of that as well, he's not in the top 4 of the season MVP race. So if he any opportunity to get back up, West Point Mamba as a team, as a whole, they need to win today.
Enigma playing the silent game, knowing for the fact it's a bit too early for them to engage. They're playing smart here, just to get some intel, some information, instead of peeking out. They're just using the third-person view, see what's going on from the outside, but they barely get any visualization about what's happening across the other side of those hills. They heard those fires. Ozja Esports spotted out TGOA. TGOA, even though they are in the blue zone, they were running in the same pace as Ozja Esports, who happen to be in the blue zone as well. Same goes for Magna. These 3 teams are playing it very slow indeed, but big pressure by the blue. At least it's still the 2nd stage, but we walk into the 4th stage, and that's going to be a problem for these 3 teams.
Yeah, the last time we saw Ozja Esports and the guys of Asia, they were still at Camp Alpha Island. So I wonder if they're still there, and both of them happen to meet, and then they knock. But for the guys of Asia, it's out of the blue. So I would guess that their rotation was like following the top into the circle. That's probably the closest entry into the circle and away from blue. But Ozja Esports still spending time there. Theoretically, they could be looting boxes of the guys of Asia. That's why they're still spending time in the blue. But for Magna, after that first knock, after that first elimination taken away by Yangu Galacticos, now they are coming in a little bit later, a little bit safer.
I didn't mention about TGA going on the northern side. At the same time, we did witness Magna going on the north as well. Ozja Esports just landed themselves around the choke point of the bridge. But we do see just a couple of figures coming up from APG nearby. So they want to take this very slow. That's going to be APG exiting out, while the rest of APG trying to reassess their positions. West Point Mamba is hot on their tails, with PBE firing on West Point Mamba, giving so much information for APG, put them on hold. Harame Bro on the other end taking advantage across the street as well, but West Point Mamba managed to squeeze by unscathed.
West Point Mamba looks hot as they bump into KE, and KE will be happy to take the point instead. Now West Point Mamba will be playing the round without Mix. Federalis is still in the lineup though. What a key is the top MVP performer. It's just that it's been a quieter performance for him during the finals. But other than that, we've seen his potential before. Yeah, it's a matter of West Mamba helping Federalis to be kept alive as well.
Speaking of Federalis, he definitely lost his run into the MVP race. Last time we saw him, he'd been dropped off the chart in the top 5. Hopefully he stay alive a bit longer today just to be up in the MVP season race again. But on the side of HWG, having a very great start. Even though they're being challenged by YG early on, they took the fight with whatever they have and they work it quite well. Osja Esports now working themselves on top of those hills where Sin has been waiting. They might just walk themselves in the death trap here. Pop coming up from the flank side. Open fire with a rock in between. Sin and V coming up from the back line. Osja trapped. They're being hammed down. They walk straight into the setup by Sin. And they have no exit out of it.
And Skynin is low as well. He has the nade in hand. The rest of Sin, they're closing in onto him. And they're surrounding him. They have 1 on the lower ground, 3 on the high ground. Where is Skynin gonna go? I mean, Skynin, besides that, he'll be pressured by the blue. At the same time, the blue has closed in onto him. K secured the elimination point. Holy Lanji will take an off angle. And Skynin goes down.
Oh, Sin. This is... Commitment shows how much they want to take the fight, how much they want to push up their ranks here with those eliminations. The side of APG also greeted by the side of FOD. Osja Esports repositioned himself with Pop, the last remaining member. FOD, on the other hand, fanning out, widen up their space, open up the angles to find APG players across them. But there's a couple of smokes who will buy them a bit more time. But APG seems like they're exactly how the team of Osja just now hammed down, compressed all the way. Multiple angles fight for these guys. APG, nowhere to run. Fires, blue zone, everything else is against them right now. And they're losing men way faster than they can actually count right now. And APG have to settle down as they will be one of the first 3 to be eliminated in the last of Sunhawk.
Well, at least a point for them. So, not empty-handed this time. But PE, ooh, now being cut off by HWG. And they move in. PBE eliminated without a single point this round. HW will be happy with the 6 points so far, doing very well as a start.
Feels like a graveyard here. Everybody's shooting in the same direction where HWG stands, where 2 teams being wiped out back to back, the same exact position. Mewtwo barely can work through that smoke, but the smoke dissipates now, can give a clear vision towards all the enemies around him. Sin playing alongside with the Blues, knowing for the fact it's quite a risky move for them to actually play in the center, but we do have GE playing the center so well again on top of that junction. But Sin and Harame Bro and Osja Esports, even KE is guarding and gatekeeping them from their entry and being denied entirely from entering the circle. Harame Bro have to figure out how to rotate towards inside of the circle because there's too many teams gatekeeping this side.
Oh, and the circle not on any team side, and KE. Now we got that one entering the circle. His teammate is there, but another team overlooking them from the high ground. Sin still on the outside with the pros right in front of him. The ground as FV, he's the last man standing for Sin. That's 4 elimination points. But FV, could he pull off a clutch? Yes, in hand, he's pulling the nade. Looks like he wants to take it to the pros.
He can pull back. There's still space for him to actually go to as a compound behind him. They're trying valiant effort. They're coming up from FV. Ambitious even to fight 3v1 there. But Harame Bro will try to outflank him. And Mem already positioned himself, but it's being greeted by DBS. The moment Rage going for the push. But still, the end of the day, he is being outnumbered. Harame Bro trying for that win with 4 eliminations by now, but they're not done yet. From across the street, from across those hills, they're being fired upon. For G-Lab coming in from the back of Enigma Cooper. What a fast reaction.
Nice. Knocks down Scotty, and now Game Lab, they're also taking out the blue at the same time. The rest of Game Lab, what are they going to do here? Kai now, he's super duper low. He'll be knocked down. Pro left. 2 Pro the last man for Game Lab, but Game Lab 2 Pro to finish out the last few members of Enigma, and he will save his team.
I just want to mention they are on a roll, but being shut down by HWG with 200 meters apart from that long shots coming out from the side of HWG, and they secured 7, having a full squad still from HWG, solidifying their podium spot right now, with GE being in the center, still quietly waiting inside of the compound. We do have TGOA and Magna coming out from the northern side, but KE will gatekeep West Point Mamba from the left. FOD, on the other hand, still having trouble to fight against HWG, who's trying to get themselves into the circle, but like it or not, they have to take the fight either way.
Ooh, this will be interesting for HWG. They don't have the circle, but they have the opportunity to gain more elimination points. They already got 8, but they will lose 1 player. Alpha will be out. And HWG somewhat being blocked by FOD. FOD on the other side making their move, getting onto the goes into the circle, prioritizing the circle instead. But no, they're going to prioritize the fight onto HWG, and they're joining on their teammates. Yahiko will be knocked.
It's not great for HWG. Mewtwo spray angrily towards the other end, but Yaka knocked down instead with that DBS. Easy on the other, spotted out Mewtwo. Mewtwo struggling inside of the blue zone, have to run, but only 1 tree in between. You have to hike up as well. But easy spot him out first. Spray over. HWG open up the space for GE to catch up.
Wow, but they still go out with 9 elimination points. Not too bad. This is the time for GE to see if they can catch up. Now the difference with both of them is about 17 points. And as we can see here, GE, they at the circle. The last we saw them with a compound as well. So they will be waiting for teams to come towards them. And that's where they will start to farm elimination points.
GE have been quiet for such a long time now. We're waiting for them to take action. How do they address to this situation? Harame Pro with left only few with 2 eliminations, 4 in the bag, but GE is still favored by the circle. All they need to do is just play the waiting game, as they got themselves the strongest compound at this state.
Absolutely, this is advantage for GE again. The circle with a compound. And the last time we saw them getting this kind of advantage, they got a chicken dinner. But now they need more than just a chicken dinner. They need to get elimination points too if they want to be in the number 1 spot. Unless their goal is only to close up the gap. Who wants to let go of the number 1? If you can get it, definitely you will want it. And we can see there are some of the teams still on the outside. The guys of Asia, interestingly, still alive.
Well, they have been playing their game yesterday and it worked out pretty well, you must say. KE taking down Federalis from a very far distance, but a bit difficult to land those shots. They do have low grounds to play around. West Pomomba, surprisingly, even though they got the advantage of those elevations, still being shot down from afar. How do they climb down from there? But KE, on the other hand, have to figure out how to cross the street. GE now start to take action as West Point Mamba again being the target from both team KE and GE in this state.
Few, the last person, the last player for Harame Bros is being watched by Easy. I guess they're just waiting for each other to make the first move, but looks like West Point Mamba making the first move on the KE. They'll finish up the top. West Point Mamba, they'll secure the first elimination point in this round. As for KE, only 2 players left. Going to be a Mexican standoff between Easy and Few. They know the presence of each other, but Few will be for the blue, so he needs to move first. But the shot's fired by Few. It does connect to Easy, and now Easy has. But Easy, can he finish up the job? No, he can't. His bullets finish. Unfortunately, Easy denied by the zone.
Harame Pro triumph, but with 1 player left, what can he do? Coming up from the side, we do have 6 teams with 13 players remaining. TGOA working as a duo. Magna as a trio. The only one having a full squad is going to be GE. Will they finally land their chicken dinner in Sunhawk in the very last day, very last minute, as Magna shot down by Edward? TGOA, on the other hand, not showing any sign of slowing down.
Edward blinded for a second there, but I think he managed to recover. But for me, he couldn't recover in time as Mao was taken down. Michi will secure the final number of the TGOA. Edward's point been denied by the zone instead, and TGOA is out at number 6. Now West Point Mamba, time for them to get in.
Master Ichi spotted out Michi. But it's going to be Magna going down first out of nowhere. Zai and the rest of GE each of them taking one building respectively. But they are favored by the circle again. I don't know how they do it, but they're doing it again since yesterday. Every single time they got themselves the center of a circle, the circle will play alongside with a spotter out. YG player, that's going to be the last of it. GE, this is the opportunity they've been waiting for to shoot up, and that's done.
We got like teams left, and just like that, they're all done. Okay, that was a quick ending, but nevertheless, Genesis Esports opens up the day with a dinner, and with this chicken dinner, I don't know how many elimination points they got because the game ended so fast, but they definitely would edge closer, way closer now, super close with here we go again.
It's all down to the numbers of those eliminations. Last time we saw them, they had a 4, and the other team that happened to be in the top 4 just now just finished off by the play zone. So I guess the most they can actually have around 14 or 15 points for GE. Will that be enough? Not just yet, because HWG feels like they're still standing up there since they're being eliminated quite later than YG or Enigma. But we have to give it to Master Ichi, the brain of the team. And so far GE, I don't know how they do it, but they've done it. They did manage to just play along with the circle every single time.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like they have a magnet that pulls the circle towards them, and it seems to be working. Not only just a circle, but with a compound. It's like they have a fortress together with the circle package. It will be a perfect scenario for them to defend. And on top of that as well, besides going for the championship, Ichi going for the top MVP of the season. And with that MVP for this round, well, I guess he would have pulled away from the competition.
Not true, but we haven't seen a lot of FOD. Don't forget, this is going to be based on the league stage performance as well, for everything accumulated to be put up on the across the board here. But coming up from the side of TGOA since yesterday, they have been consistently getting themselves in top 6, top 5 every single time. I'm loving how they perform, but HWG, it's pretty hard to maintain the #1 spot because so many teams has been trying to take them out since the start, including YG as the one of the first few teams to force them to fight.
And it was unfortunate for Hugh again as well, because the circle kept running away from them, and they had to take fight after fight after fight, but that gave them opportunity to gain elimination points. So they got themselves 9 elimination points, not too bad. But for GE, 6 elimination points is the confirm, giving them 16 points. Now, I don't think it's enough to overtake the #1 spot yet, but they're definitely very close with here we go again.
Feel like probably going to be less than 10 points of a gap here. Definitely closing up the distance between them and #1 spot here, which is still taken over by HWG. But where do YG stand? So on the other hand, they do get themselves 7 points. But will they be overtaken by the side of Enigma? I don't think so as well. So far, it feels very stable for the top 4. Nothing is moving, nothing is changing, including Sin in #5 spot. At least they still within reach. Just one map if they got themselves quite a number of eliminations for Sin, which they can deliver. They can get #1, but the gap between GE and HWG right now is just too close for HWG to be relaxed.
Yeah, 4 points difference now between #1 and #2. And with 4 chicken dinners, 2 chicken dinners, well, in order to even up the tiebreaker chicken dinner, imagine this. HWG needs to get 2 chicken dinners just to even up the score. I thought it was still favored towards GE if we do go there. And now top Iranga performers. Again, it's going to be GE. Oh, by the way, it was first chicken dinner for GE inside the Sun Grand Finals too. So they are shattering their own records now. And with this kind of shown that GE still is the top Iranga performer, I mean HWG, gotta be careful.
And speaking of which, that completed the set for GE to score every single map as their chicken dinner. Now, can we get the complete set of GE for all 6 games of the day? Because they are the most chicken dinners teams out of all the teams out there. And we haven't got ourselves 4 chickens in a day. If they can break that record, now that's something else.
Yeah, if they have 4 chicken dinners in a day, I would say that roughly they are crowned champion for sure. So right now, opening up the day is going to be GE with the chicken dinner. And of course, I gotta shout out to the boys from GE, you know, just just put it there. I'll
Just
leave it there.
pressing it out.
Put it there.
But in the meantime, speaking of which, Sen YG. Now YG, they were a bit too forceful just now, a bit too reckless if you ask me, try to force a fight against HWG, but the way HWG addressed that matter within just seconds, that was incredible. We haven't seen this best of HWG just yet during the league stage, and looking at how they just bring all their A card and A team performance in the grand finals last day here. I mean, they were being ambushed, but they coolly just address it like, you know what, we take one thing at a time, just use it at DBS, make sure they cannot get through those doors, and they wrap things around. That was incredible feat coming up from HWG. But GE on the other hand, I don't know what happened, but it feels like they bought the circle, like the circle is just meant for GE. It will not leave their side.
Yeah, with the compound, I mean, perfect for them. And how many times has it been since they got that kind of scenario? Almost every chicken dinner that they got, it was that kind of scenario. Maybe out of like now 4, maybe at least 3. So I mean, GE, they really stuck on their side as well, and they really know how to pick the good locations. On top of having good luck too. HWG, honestly, can't really fault them. The circle ran away. But even though they were challenged by the absence of the circle, they still managed to get a good amount of 11 points. Means that they are performing as a team. It is just that GE to a certain extent is better, but in a different way, kind of better.
Honestly, I feel like GE is a very tactical team. They're very meticulous when it comes to their timing, rotating alongside with the zone and the circle, and hence that's their greatest strength. But when it comes to their weakness, it's going to be when they don't get the center of the circle. That's where things get a bit shaky for them. But usually they're working out quite alright, even though as a duo, all they play is just, you know what, we're going to survive till the end, until the top 5. Then we start to gun down and butting into anybody else's business and being the third party. Instead of HWG, on the other hand, they are the team that feels like going for a run and gun and hunting people down. But tactical wise, if they can polish it just like how GE did, they definitely can be one of the best team in wildcard right now. They are one of the best team right now.
Yeah, can you imagine that if GE becomes the champions, it's basically for them back-to-back PMPL Southeast Asia wildcard champion? That is amazing. I mean, it's one thing to be the champions, it's another thing to be back champions. So, so far they are in the running for it with only a 4 points gap with the number 1 team, HWG. But HWG also, if you kind of think about it, it is a very good performance for them after the first week. Like week 2 onwards, they start to rise up, and if they become champions, of course, it's amazing. It's well celebrated. Even if they don't, I think it's already a good achievement for HWG.
I agree, especially this is not really a rookie team. Like I mentioned before, there are 2 veteran players coming up, hailing from SKR back then, which is going to be Ahiko as well as Mewtwo. I was expecting Harame Bro, the one that actually going to push out. Oh, not really Harame, but he's coming out from ABG. Marcus and Exit, who's one of the main fragger and used to be very aggressive at playing offensively in the first week. But surprisingly, HWG is a very Cinderella story. They're coming up from the back and they were nowhere on the top 5 as the start of the grand finals, not even popping off that much during the league stage. Now suddenly they're taking number 1 spot, pushing down all the veterans, all the previous champions, including GE and YG down there. And the gap, yeah, the gap is not too big still, but if they keep their consistency, just keep it alive for until the top 5, they're still going to stay up there for a long time.
Well, let's see if they can maintain their level of consistency. GE will definitely take advantage of that. But before we continue on with the battle, 5 more games to go. We'll take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. See you guys in a bit.
finally kicking start into Erangel. The first out of the 3 Erangels in the last day of the Grand Finals. PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard, hailing from Milta Power up to Jogopul. There's going to be the flight path equally dividing north and south here. And everybody can drop wherever they want, wherever they fancy, because of this flight path was all down to the circle. We only so far have one SMB circle, Cloud.
Yeah, only one SMB circle. We saw a few circles split between the areas of shooting, ruins, Rosshawk, and we got one on the right side around the areas of shelter. So far, that's somewhat our circle somewhere. We even got a Gaka circle at some point. We have not seen. Oh yeah, we saw one right beside Ozaki. That's super rare. I doubt we'll get it again, but if we do, well, I guess wishes do come true.
Something is broken. If that happens again, to get Zaki, it's going to be 1 in a million. To have it twice, something must have been wrong somewhere. But for PBE and FOD, they're dropping early because there's going to be their usual drop spot from Lipovka and Milta Power. West Pemamba, as per usual, is going to be around SMB area. Particularly, it's going to be Novo Rebnoye. Ozja Esports dropping themselves in SMB. We might actually have another school circle once more.
Maybe on the outskirts of Pachinki. We got that once as well. KE will have advantage of that since they dropped into Pachinki. But with that kind of circle, the last time we had it, it was Magda that performed really, really well, despite not getting a chicken dinner. But they fought from inside of Pachinki to the outside until they were stopped by a team just below the Old Church High Ground. And they managed to get a good amount of elimination points. So again, I'll be still looking to see how Magna will perform in this round. And they still catch up to teams like KE, even like West Point Mamba, and hit that 100 point for themselves.
It's all about waiting now. All we can do is just wait and wait for the team to react about the surrounding, including TGOA. Usually they are the latecomers into the circle, but this time they're rotating pretty swiftly early on. Speaking of Arame Pro, well, they're leaving Gaka, scouting over new buggies and maybe trying to rotate later on as fast as they can, or maybe trying to play a yo-yo. So far, we have not have too many teams playing the yo-yo thread. We do know this has been going on from a lot of Thai teams and even M1 region, that when you are in the center, you want to get out for a bit because it's going to be a lot of team migrating, where the mass migration happened in the 4th stage. But in the case of Wildcard, we barely see that.
Yeah, we don't see much of that. Or maybe it's because like before, teams are playing a little bit more safer, and this time around teams play a little bit differently since it is the last day, and we kind of know a good amount of teams that have are just kind of playing for pride, or maybe a higher piece of the prize pool, and they might change out how they play as compared to the days before.
Speaking of compared to the days before, here, G-Lab on the other hand, well, they're not that too far off to catch up to APG. Now, APG is a team that I did not expect to be in 15th spot, honestly speaking, including Falcon. But Falcon pretty much usually in the middle pack. But to have, due to HWG pushing up the numbers into number 1 spot, a lot of teams that are usually in the top 5, even them are struggling to be in the top 5 in this Grand Finals.
Even for Game Lab as well, being at number 16 is quite a surprise too, because this lineup not only represented Game Lab in the Pro Series, but they also represented the country in the recent SEA Games as well. So the fact that they have that level of experience, played with some of the best teams in Southeast Asia too, seeing them at number 16, it's kind of hard.
I agree. Feeling awkward indeed. But on the side of teams like TGOA, Magna, even if they have been playing this since day 1 of the Grand Finals, no doubt they can easily just squeeze into top 8. But there's a big if down there. If is a very poisonous word where it might not happen. But back on the side of West Point Mamba, this is perplexing to actually know West Point Mamba struggling in this season. Something must have gone wrong somewhere for West Point Mamba to drop this much in this Grand Finals. Used to be one of the best team in the last season, taking the #1 league stage in the spring season, and that was like 2-3 months ago. A lot of teams have been shooting up their numbers if you compare with their growth, including GE and YG in this state. Within few months, they have improved such successful improvement. But if you compare it with the side of West Point Mamba, I did not expect them to struggle this much.
Yeah, it's either someone forgot to feed Federellas or I don't know, downtime is just too long for them and they kind of cooled down a little bit. Whereas for teams on top, they didn't really have much downtime because from the SEA Wildcard, yes, PMSL, we got GE playing in the PMSL, and then there was SEA Games playing like from GE, they play in the SEA Games. Let's see here. I believe that, PBE obviously played the SEA Games, Austria Esports played the SEA Games, so they were kept warm throughout. Of course, HWG is a different kind of surprise, like, oh, they are up there and they're performing, so I guess they kind of kept them busy throughout the off-season.
Speaking of not warming up enough, even though they play SEA Games, I just hope that they're not getting used to SEA Games rotation, because every stage of this tournament, you have to deal with very different environment, different vibe, and different sort of rotation from each of the region. And this side, Falcon trying to take the Potato Hills. We do know for a fact this could be a very hot spot later on, especially with this kind of circle. Last time we saw maybe 2 or 3 teams happen to be passing by and just digging their own grave, trying to take over and dominate over that very small hill. It didn't turn out so well, because usually the team that try to stay there the longest, not so much.
Yeah, Potato Hills don't seem to be much of a favorite area now for a lot of the teams. But now, Kaya, he'll be the one that's smiling after the elimination. So first blood will be given to him. And for GE, oh no. Starting off with 3 players when they are in pursuit of the #1 spot. Only 4 points difference. Not the start that they want.
And that was Small that finished off by KE side. Small probably just going to scout and gather some intel for the team. But unfortunately, having to start as a tree, giving them a bit of a problem. And West, Master EG and Zaya happen to be very spread wide open. And this is a very famous spot as well, this crate, this pit, where a lot of team will try to crash in here in matter of minutes, and maybe even on second stage after it will commence. But KE, after taking that pit for a bit, now going to the side of GE, who opened fires just now, and KE responded to that immediately, firing back towards GE, trying to chase the tails out of them, but going back in the U-turn, knowing for a fact it's not going to be worth it if they happen to be a bit too reckless. This is going to be discipline talking on the side of KE, but GE on the other end, knowing they're going to have to start as a trio, they have to take extra precaution about their next step.
Yeah, going back to their comfort side of checkpoint. A compound somewhere in the middle of the circle, so it looks like this time it's going to be the water house, and unfortunate for them that the circle did shift. So now they're by the edge of the circle, water house, and it seems to be that they're making their next move, sending West as a scout. Just look for their next rotation. I guess it was Smile the job at the first place, but Smile got caught out, and because of that, then looks like it's going to be West being assigned the position of a scouter instead.
Hopefully he didn't caught himself in an accident, but HW and YG, surprisingly, the top 3 teams are just so attracted to each other. They have been just engaging in early fights here. HWG just following the trails of YG right now at the back line. But YG on the other hand, the moment they push forward, Harami Bro waiting on the other end, start to give a bit of a warning shot from afar. But YG, knowing for the fact there's going to be somebody else behind, they pull over and waiting for HWG to take some actions. But KE is just next to them. This is a very hot spot right now because so many top teams, we're talking about the top 3 teams, all happen to be in the same vicinity.
Yeah, that would be interesting if they crash into each other. But looks like the one that's crashing around is going to be KE. Now taking with West Point Mamba, Davan, eliminates Mix. And if it's for KE, well, they came from Pochinki. Now they seem moving around just to look for targets. I guess this is like the last day thing for the team.
for FOD, a bit isolated from the rest. Joseph being caught in a trap here. Remember they tried to venture out on top of farm. I'm not sure if Joseph can survive, as apparently he managed to get away. Never mind, spoke too soon, and G let Kai manage to land a Kobe on top of Joseph and finish him off in an instant. That's gonna be Joseph. You know what? Things happen. He thought it was vacant just now on top of that compound, but this is the stage where you should know by now. Every single house you can pass with your team, there's high chances it will be occupied by now.
Ooh, yeah. Because we did see that I think there are a good number of teams that make the fast rotation. Maybe because the circle is somewhere in the center. So you can get teams like either they are already there or it's not hard for them to access. And that's why when they go around, they see like, okay, another here, another team there, teams everywhere. And their only option is that if they want that area, wherever they want, they need to take the fight. But speaking about taking fights, Falcon, the first one went out inside a Sand Hall, opens up their account today in this long range shot onto Sin. But since it's a long range, looks like they're not going to be able to do the elimination just yet.
Couldn't translate it into 1 point. A lot of the cases where the scouter will be sacrificed for the sake of getting information. The gathering of information caught so many teams of scouters to be sacrificed. We're talking about maybe 3 or 4 teams, starting off with the trio, including G-Lab, West Point, Mamba, FOD, and even GE. Lucky enough for Sin, it's not that too far from them to actually pick up their teammate, and the enemy team is just too far at the same time. FOD, on the other hand, from the pan to the fire, happened to be charged by the side of APG on top of those hills. Oh boy, even having a bit of a path crossing as well. Easy managed to just barely make it out. But on the side of Nang, close enough to being shot down here. But YG, on the other hand, rushed straight into APG with PBE lurking around. Feels like PBE want to take the fight as well, possibly.
Wow. In our minimap, we got like at least 4 teams in the same area. Everyone wants to take the high ground of Pachinki, which is a prime position at this point. And now for Yahoo Galacticos, fending off APG, tossing out the nades, just giving them warning. Hopefully that APG will go away. But APG, because they know that they got that one knockdown, they have the confidence to try to push in and try to go over that high ground. At the same time, on the lower ground, we got PBE. They're busy with Falcon.
I do have 2 late comers here, which are going to be Sin and Enigma, but the side of PBE, they love those CQC. They love to brawl. They keep it going, have a bit of a reload on Raimon, but the rest of PBE still going in for the fight. We're talking about 2 to 4 teams, maybe right on top of Pachinki right now. We might end up right on top of Gatka Field, where it's going to be an open space and not many structures in between. Maybe you got a couple of haystacks to take covers, but if you get the compound, it will be a well job done. But if the circle's not inside of a compound, you have to get out anyway. PB spotted out FOD on top of those hills. HWG keeping their distance to make sure they're playing it very safe. I have a feeling we might have a couple of teams going into the trench later on top of Pachinki, possibly.
Yeah, that is possible, since this is somewhat by the edge of the circle and the just too crowded for this amount of teams. It seems everyone still wants to get on high ground. Of course, it's going to be advantageous if they can get onto it and come down later as circle shifts, which is we're still at stage 3 circle, so there is a possibility that that might happen. As now Sin start to move in, the holders of the most eliminations in a round, 23 eliminations, and the last time they got it, it was through fighting teams on this Pachinki high ground.
Shroud. We're looking at 2 nades aiming for Shroud here. But at least they're changing back to their rifles. On the side of Sin, realized there's going to be more than 1 team to deal with. They decided to part ways, pulling back all the way, reposition themselves to take more covers on the lower ground. But exit spotted out by these guys. Kayla was shooting from afar. But the terrain will help him just a tiny bit more, but the blue zone will not help him that much. APG have to force themselves forward, and the circle happen to be shifting on the hard right side. Like it or not, we might have slightly an urban warfare here.
Wow, Pachinki still within the circle and somewhat in the middle as well. Looks like this will attract more teams up there. APG still on the lower ground, and there's coming up, so APG could be sandwiched. It's something that APG needs to take into consideration. Unfortunately, they won't have markers in their journey to take over this high ground, as Sin will come in, but PG off-angle shot by Exit, stopping Sin from coming up.
Exit repositioning himself within the smoke. While Sonic hesitant whether to save his teammate or just go for the shoot instead. Sin, Kayla was trying to push on the flank side, finish off the job possibly. Exit just arrived, picking up Marcos on the ground. Bleeding out, but they don't have that much time because Sin is going hard flank all the way. Sonic have to address this as soon as possible because if not, they'll be crowded and will be wrapped around by the side of Sin. And in the meantime, we do know for a fact they're not inside of a circle, but at least half of them do. On the side of Sin, they kind of stuck themselves there. Here comes a spray Exit. Ambitious spray, but hardly connect. A bit subpar on that. But Lanju, on the other hand, barely make it out beside the other side of the terrain. And Shroud a bit devastated by that. But Sonic, I mean, you got to change the gun, boy. Definitely not going to be enough. You got only one UMP to use with. He's running down and running low on bullets.
Ooh, now trying to stop Enigma from coming, but Sonic, who needs a gun if you have pain? Koopa will be knocked down. Now Exit will come to give him backup. Spooky coming to save his teammate, but Exit will be there to secure the elimination point. Spooky knows that someone has arrived, immediately abandons his teammate. And now he comes back to his teammates on the other side by the edge of the circle, but APG has eyes onto Enigma.
Spooky popping up the smoke, hoping it will just covers them just a tiny bit longer. From the eyes of Enigma, Caps having the caps lock onto his side of Exit for now. Definitely not going to leave this anytime soon. Well, Manette is going to be a fish wool out there because we do have another third party coming up from the back line as always. In this case, it's going to be APG, but behind APG, it's going to be a abundant of teams still waiting at the right time to open fire. Cap slowly tried to climb up. He got himself some vehicles. QB got knocked down instead by FOD, who's coming up from the inside of the circle, almost in the center. Harame Bro now fighting against Esports. This is a huge mess going on. It's like 5-6 way wars going on right in the center of the circle.
A big mess as well for Enigma if they go out early this time. Meaning that it's going to be harder for them to catch the #1 spot when they were somewhat in contention before this. Then again, the happiest ones definitely will be HWG if Enigma goes out. Same goes for G2 since they're close by with each other in terms of overall points. The high ground is still being well by APG. After all that action, they still maintain as a full squad with the high ground in hand.
But this will not bode well for Enigma. They have to figure out how to cut across. Not just APG on the hard flank side. They're divided into 2-2 formation right now. They also have another team to deal with. In the meantime, they do have GES per usual. As always inside of the circle again. While HWG coming out from the northern side will gatekeep against Magna. Magna surprisingly going for 3-1 formation. Mal, bit too far. Spreading out thin with the rest of his members, isolated even. But APG still struggles to shut down an Enigma, while Enigma fighting back. Don't forget they do have YG and FOD to deal with, but QB climbing down his high horses, going straight head on, but at a cost. He's getting on 1-2 trade. That's a very good trade, but still YG is the one winning this.
All Caps now at the lower ground. APG still holding it, but it's going to be Enigma. Nice there between the two members of Enigma, eliminating APG. They've been holding their ground for the first time. Now they have YG to deal with. Without the circle in hand, the blue will dive onto Enigma. Now this is going to be a hard climb for them. But they have to go. Or maybe they might take that left side rotation in which they sent one scout out. Looks like they will be their alternative this time.
Monet trying to find any clues within the smoke. Trying to find something that moves. They're working with a trio. Spooky barely alive. One last bullet to clip him down, but I'm not sure if there's anybody on the other end. But so far, he's alive for now. HWG greeted by Magna. FOD taking on Enigma, and Magna now fighting two teams at the same time, including HWG. Magna indoors being ambushed by KE, trying to flush them out. One shot climbing up to those windows, but fighting back Kaya with those sprays. They taking 6 eliminations by now, shutting Magna down. But HWG is still there. They're not done yet as KE, after one fight to the other, there's no time to rest.
Oh, nice knockdown to the top onto Alpha. HWG might lose one, but Yatka still on the other side. The an 8 in hand. He might open the door to toss it out. Yes, he will. Will it land? Look, that's connect, but not enough to take anyone down just yet. The top needs to reset quickly. Teammates are still around. His other teammates need to join up with him, but Kaya is bleeding out.
Oh, he tossed the nade. They haven't exploded yet, but it's actually a smoke. If he actually did toss a nade, it would be a perfect angle at that. The trajectory cannot be missed at this point. But Yaka cooking it up, hoping to land on any of the players of KE, did not work well for them. Instead, he was just going on the suicide mission. He accidentally just bombed himself, and this gives Alpha so much responsibility to pull things off alongside with Yahiko. Yaka, that was really a big blunder in the worst moment possible.
Oh, with 2 left for HWG, now going up the entire squad of KE. And not only KE, look who's on the other side. It's GE, so GE want to come in because they want to get those points. But the pros win the fight. Enigma, they will eliminate Enigma now. Enigma out at number 11 with 4 elimination points. KE still surrounding HWG while GE is looking at compound, waiting for something to happen.
As per usual, GE just going to sit this one out first. Until the last top 5 team, they will start to take action. On the side of KE, addressing the rush after one team to the other. 2 teams fighting back to back for them. And now HWG have to face the wrath of their consequences. Just now decided to push in, and that's gonna be it. HWG Alpha 77 gone. Will they open up the space for GE to take over that number 1 spot? It's down to Yahiko to decide. He switched over to his shotgun, but didn't work out. This is the time GE to come back. They have trio, but they're not engaging. And now they start to move on the northern side.
The single point for HWG. GE only 4 points difference. Not going to be that hard for them to catch up this time around. But let's see. They still need to put in the effort as the pro Emma will be shot at. Immediately retreats. He does not have any first aids. Probably depend on bandages. But now on the other side, we got the guys of Asia coming in onto the pros. Looks like the fight will happen anytime soon. The guys of Asia, 1 knockdown onto them, unfortunately, as the best of them will come in to give further backup to pick up Edward.
It's going to be tough for the side of MM. He doesn't have any health utility. It's a bit awkward for them to climb up as well. It's quite a hike, if you ask me. Quite a long journey still. They barely get to see on FOD's side. If they want to go flank, there's going to be another team, TGO, waiting at the other end. Now, MM, there's going to be 2 HP left. What can he do now? He got a couple of smoke grenades. Maybe he can boost himself up. Bandages will work. Few got the first aid. He can drop it to his teammate, but he's not willing to do so just yet. But MH on the other might actually drop a couple of first aid to his teammate. But GE now is the time. They spotted out KE going in for the rush on the northern side. They get themselves trying to get some points. North is very messy, but southwest side is just incredibly crowded. PBE going for YG. Still having a go. Well, West Point Mamba not being touched right now.
Ooh, West Point Mamba. Looks like they're still good for now. But what's for PBE as they need to fight against Yahoo Galacticos, but had the number against them. Sin elimination points. Yahoo Galacticos still holding the ground strongly as they get knocked down to Monboy. The PBE, and now Marnet is going to come in at the forefront. The nade from Cool will be tossed up to Yahoo Galacticos. You gotta be careful. Andrew is now low. Mernat is low as well. They both need to reset.
What a spray just now by YG. All they play along is with this barricade of this one vehicle exploded prior. While TGO8 is actually dominating, but they're left with only 1 player with 2 knockdowns right now. PBE on the other hand, due to the firepower coming from YG, have to, you know, give it a bit of a truce while each of them picking up their own teammate. But both teams want to climb up here. We're left with only 5 teams and most of them are working as a trio. Except for PBE, they do have the numbers. But they have too much unwanted attraction on them right now. 2 teams trying to eye them out, including YG. Yeah, but Andrew got caught first hand. PBE not willing to wait anymore, just going to go for aggression.
Oh, he wanted to back up for him, and now PBE has the numbers. Not Romeo Boy knocked down. Only 1 left. Out, and PBE wins the fight while they maintain all their players. But now PBE, they cannot rest as FOD will put pressure on the PBE. PBE on the outside of the circle. They have 30 more seconds before the zone arrives onto them. GE on the other hand, clear, but this is the moment for GE if they want to collect elimination points just to overtake number 1 team HWG.
HWG will be overthrown from the crown itself. Well, GE, this is the biggest opportunity to overtake at the moment, but they cannot let the opportunity slip by. Instead of PBE, they are hungry enough to go for the kills here. Definitely they're trying to chase for more. Secures another one, 6 in the back. While Cool scouted out the rest of GE. Barely actually see them through, but GE scout out them first. But GE, the moment they open fire, that gives away the position to Azizi, who's cooking up the nade to toss over to Master Ichi at the moment. What was Pemamba attracted to the side of GE as well. GE is open for PBE to rush, but at the same time, due to those elevations, they do have slight advantage.
And they're on the other side. So right now they're pretty much on the clear because no other teams behind them. They need to push in against Westbound Mamba. Now they have the elevation against them. Moonball picking at the same time. You can see that Cool is coming in, but Michi will be taken out by John. Looks like OD finishing up the job. Westbound Mamba only managed to get 1 elimination point this time. We're down to the top 3 teams.
Run and gun, PBE said. The moment they got a couple of knocks and finish off the entire team, they start to move again. But they know exactly where GE is standing. Zai is still waiting at the hard flank, while FOD, the rest of them being charged in by the side of GE. But FOD at the same time, nowhere to run nor hide because PBE is shooting from the flank side as well. They have to take 1 point to deal with. But Cool, the moment they hop onto those buggy, it's going to be them being shot down and sprayed by Master Ichi, who has been waiting here for the longest. And now right on top of his crosshair, he spotted out the smoke, but he got bombed instead. It's PBE H2R knocked down on his knees. And PBE are losing men now way faster they can count because from 4 it's down to 2.
Here we go, GE. They'll be playing the rest of the round without Smile. And for the round, actually without Smile, we can't think about it. And now with 5 elimination points for FOD. What more? 5 elimination points for GE as well. And with this 5 elimination, they would definitely be number 1 after this round ends. But can another chicken dinner to continue on their record?
Don't jinx it, they say. Because FOD is still well in love as a trio. It's going to be equal fair ground for all these players. Having all trios to stand up and picking back our H2 on his feet. FOD thinking and hesitating whether to toss over the grenade or just spray them with those rifles. Raimon tried to camouflage himself within these bushes, while GE taking a bit of a lower ground, middle ground actually, and try to play around the terrain and take covers while they're doing that. Scouting over the flank side, knows exactly where PBE is, but a bit hesitant to make the push. Everybody waiting for the next circle, which could be the last one in less than 40 seconds away, while FOD also waiting the right timing to pick out because they do know there's going to be 2 teams just across them. So waiting for the other team to fight the other, but GE feels like they're walking into the direction of FOD first.
FOD, they are heading towards GE, but PBE crawling behind them. So this is going to be a 3-way war. Who makes the first move might snooze. We have always seen inside of PUBG Mobile, the team that moves last has the advantage. 10 more seconds before the next stage, in which the circle will close and all the teams will be forced to move anyway.
Very similar numbers of eliminations for each of the team. 5 for the side of GE, 7 on the side of PBE. FOD should be around the same numbers as well, unless if I counted that wrong. But for Master Ichi and GE, they cannot sit quietly anymore, knowing for the fact they will jeopardize the position if they try to push up to those hills. But H2R try to open up the space, flanking out way further than the rest of the teammate, while on the side of West spotted out that burning off buggy, but still gonna have a glimpse on PBE. Now, which will fight first? Is it going to be FOD? I have a feeling FOD will start to push. But at the same time, they're not willing to go down. But the Blues will start to shrink on their end first. Like it or not for FOD, they have to force the fight. They have to split into 2 ways. But they're spreading out in a straight line. While for GE, playing alongside with the slope of the hill, did wonderfully well so far. Same goes for PBE. The one will be sacrificed here. In this case, high chances are it's going to be FOD.
At most, it's going to be a minute seconds before the game ends. So hold on to your breath, ladies and gentlemen. FOD, the high ground advantage. They know where PBE is at. They know where GE is at. See, they're maximizing the space that they have on the high ground, popping up a smoke, meaning that they'll give towards GE as well as PBE. And now GE is on the other side. They're there. But Master EG, he does not have a good vision onto his opponents. It's just behind West. And now the fight's happening as Momo getting knocked down to John. Raimo will finish up. They go!
What a zigzag coming up from West here, but too low right now to go into a side PBE. Spotted out Raimon. Zai making the clutch for the team, but FOD, they're coming up from the top. They start to climb down, but they spot every single player just underneath them. FOD making it so easy for them with those high grounds. Not coming out with the backline of Momboy. They see this one through. West barely make it alive. He got only 2% of HP, but Momboy spotted him out. But Momboy, West, FOD leaving only 2 players. PBE being eliminated. It's down to West. West can carry this. He got no way.
Whoa! That was insane, chicken dinners. What a crazy one. Momboy, he almost got it, but then again, the attention came to Momboy the moment he stood up, and that allowed this Esports to aim, to rethink what they want to do. And what they did is that they came in at the right timing towards the end. Finish out the last member of FO did. That was insane from Genesis Esports. Now, another back-to-back chicken dinner for Genesis Esports.
The beasts are back and they are hungry for more. With 2% HP left, how can you pull that off? I mean, my personal MVP is going to be West just now. I don't know how he managed to play around with one tree. That's one particular tree. Hanging on his dear life with that tree. Outplayed, overclassed against PBE and FOD, who happened to have the high ground and now was full HP just now. But due to PBE, fast reaction, that big swing shuts him down. Oh, what a close game. There was incredible chicken, not just a back-to-back, but outplay with 2 HP.
He definitely has Momboy to thank for. Momboy didn't move earlier on, then all the focus was onto the West. Because Momboy moved and then all of a sudden everyone gave focus on the Momboy, taking him down. And that gave you the opportunity to like look around, decide what to do, and that's how he got it. But on top of that, like what you said, just a tree in front of him and hit the location. Just a tree, just with like what, 2 HP, but it's still managed to keep calm and make the right decisions. My goodness, G, hands down to them. This is an amazing chicken dinner. Probably one of the best this season.
I have to say that's one of the greatest chicken dinner coming out from the side of GE, maybe the entirety of PMPL Wildcard this season, maybe including the last season so far. And how can you be so calm, composed even, not even whiffing from the side of GE? They secured themselves 8 eliminations, 9 and 7 for PBE and FOD. Well, I did get that right, where they don't have that much difference when it comes to those eliminations. But KE, they were hunting people down. 12 eliminations just by them. Even though they're being eliminated early, still placed themselves in the top 5.
Yeah, KE was a classic match. They were like, okay, just going around the map, whoever they see, they shoot. And elimination points are the highest eliminations in this round. But here it is, official. Now GE is back in their throne at the #1 spot. And not only that, they even open up a 14-point gap else, and here we go again.
With the most chicken dinner, they have to thank HWG for keeping their seat warm in #1 spot before. And now coming back within 2 days. Back in day #1, they were in #7 and #8. And just within a day, they got themselves triple. And now a back-to-back chicken. Will they get the 4th chicken for the day? I don't know. If that happens, I'm like, holy smoke, I don't know what else to say.
It's crazy right now how GE was absent in day 1. 2, they were awesome, and now the start of day 3, they were great. I mean, Hands down, they definitely deserve the number 1 spot as of now. We still got 4 to go, so anything can happen. I know, I'm just putting out there, as long as there's still games, it can happen still. But before we continue on to our matches later on, short break, so see you guys after this.
What a brilliant start for GE when it comes to the final day of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard fall season. Yeah, I'm Chichi and this is going to be Circlad will be your casters for today. For back-to-back chicken dinner on 2 different maps. Will they complete the set for today?
Wow, will they complete the set of Myanmar, or maybe will they complete like chicken all the way? I don't know, because yesterday they got a double chicken dinner. They got a chicken dinner back-to-back. And they got themselves 3 chicken dinners. That's half of yesterday's map. And only one. And they will be half of today's map as well. I mean GE. Now it's going to be the question. Take to stop them.
But I do definitely know HWG will not sit this one quietly because their throne have been taken by the hands of GE due to their being eliminated early on. But they definitely want to go really aggressive. I might say a bit extreme for them to go for the next round. But before we go to the extreme, there's something incredible for you guys. Don't forget to be the pink dinosaurs and just swagging around with your costumes.
Oh yeah, just like how GE is swagging around right now with the spot. But of course we still got a lot more games to go, as we have a lot more skins for you this time around. And don't miss out on this because, well, there's no date there, so you don't know will it go away. So don't miss out. Get it right now. Just like this. I really love this one.
Man, if only I do have a real cash to buy this real stuff. It's really fast, by the way, but it's so heavy. So make sure you gain enough weight to put yourself on top of this bike in real life. But if not, you just play it in the game, okay? At least you get a bit of a glimpse of it in the real game. Because we have the Ducati Panigale, I'm like, red is the color, but for me, if I can actually do have it, my hands on it, I will customize it up to the point it will be nobody else have the same color as I do.
Okay, you get the Ducati, and then either you get a red RP suit, or you get either one of those colors, and you can match it up with your Ducati when you kind of change the color. But yeah, red is kind of nice, not gonna lie. Or you can get the
Cloud.
Match it up.
Imagine if you're on that Ducati Panigale and you wear this Pixel Kitty backpack.
Oh, that'll be cute. Cute. I mean, like a big bike with a cute bag. Well,
what a badass.
Absolutely. And imagine that you have a dinosaur together with you as well on the side. And of course, for you guys out there, you have to feel having that. Actually, you can kind of do it. You know, you have Ducati bike skin. You play the new theme mode, Dino Ground. It's basically. Think about it, but of course you have to use the bike. Don't go use a buggy or something like that. But definitely use a buggy next. Is going to be GE 2 back. Will it be all GE colors today? And that will make our graphic designer.
Might as well, if GE happen to be closing all the games here today, might as well just call it PMPL GE Wildcard. You know, GE all the way, you know, it's their PMPL, just GE. But speaking of which, we do have double wrangle after this, but just now, even though it was a very common circle, in the center as well, on top of those Kafil around Pochinki, surprisingly, a lot of team being eliminated early out of the game. And speaking of which, if we do have very similar circle, it might be almost the same result after this. It depends on how GE wants to play, but I do want to see, will HWG driven enough for them to actually try to push themselves up there again?
Yeah, it's also partly because going around shooting everyone, just like a classic game. But how can you fault? It's the last day, so you might as well go all out. Whatever it is, you know, as long as you come good fun. Well, I guess that's a good takeaway for teams like KE. But I mean, I just leave it there. You know,
you know, it's only valid if you put only GE on your prediction for today.
You know, I can.
Yeah, I forgot you have the power. Sorry, forgive me. But at the same time, I'm waiting for Sin. Are they willing enough to push themselves up there? Because for YG, surprisingly, the YG, I thought they do have the drive for today, a bit more motivation because they're close enough to get themselves in the first place. But surprisingly, they're being eliminated multiple times early on for YG.
Yeah, YG. I think the same case goes. Pretty much the same case goes for Osha. Esports. Yeah, Enigma. We saw a little bit of them. Like they had a good defense at some point, but then it was PBE who overtook them. For these top teams still, I don't know what's going through their mind. I think like, oh, we just look forward for next season and that's why we don't see the best of them this time.
I just hope that's not the case though, because they're so close of getting into PMSL again this time, and this is a one-shot thing. They have left with only 3 more maps to go. I mean like 4 more maps. But at the same time, deep inside, I do want to see can GE pull it off to get the straight chicken after this again. If that's actually true and that will be happening, it might be. They're breaking every record in the history of PUBG Mobile right now, if that happens.
I'm trying to think, okay, as far as my memory is concerned, goldfish-like memory, the only team that has spent like a whole day of chicken dinner is GPX from PMPL Indonesia. I forgot it was a couple of seasons ago. It became a big highlight, but that was the only one. Other than that, it was like obviously they were big there, or maybe like at most it was like a 4 chicken dinner, or maybe a 5 depending on how games to be played that day. But so far I think GPX is the record holder for all games in a single day. But if we were to look at the GE, first chicken dinner was like with a compound, with the circle on their heads. Like, yeah. But the second chicken dinner that they got, there's no compound. They don't really get the circle on their head. So now here comes the question. What does it take to stop GE?
At the same time, GE, I don't know, you can call it skills or even luck at this point, but it feels like working as a 4, giving less impact when they're shooting a shot with 1 or 2 men. They work better in duo or trios instead of a full squad. If they happen to be full squad, I mean, like, maybe that's the first day cheaters coming from grand finals, I don't know, but it happens to be when they are lacking man, they actually are stronger in that terms for GE. And how they predicted the circle, now that's a different skill. Very rare indeed with the call of the IGL to navigate themselves into the circle every single time they made it happen. But for the next scenario, will it be the same case again? All eyes on top of GE after this to see if they can make it into the center or not. If they don't make it into the center of a circle, starting for second or third stage, I noticed that GE will have trouble to get those chicken. Usually that's the case.
Well, let's see if they will be challenged. I guess based on that theory, it also depends on what kind of circle that if now that I kind of think about it, like what kind of circle would challenge GE? So the middle circle, yeah, we saw them getting chicken. Yesterday's chicken dinner was there was a military-based circle, and they got so they got the two of those. I guess if they were to be challenged, maybe north side circles just to see how they fare.
Just, you know, the only thing that can stop GE from getting those chicken is gonna be not showing the map out for them. You know, they don't have the map. That's the only one. So they don't know where the circle is, because so far, whatever the circle is, wherever it is, we're talking about. Last time, like yesterday, literally yesterday, it was a hard shift to SMB. It's like 100% SMB circle. They got in not too late, not too early, but they're still on top of it. So wherever the circle is, they can adjust, they adapt to it. So who else can stop them? Right now, the highest contender is going to be HWG to disrupt their formation. That's the best scenario here.
Yeah, or I say that the only way to stop them right now is to just disconnect their internet or something. No, but looking good so far for GE. If they were to get this, it's going to be back-to-back PMPL Asia Wildcard champions, and there's one thing of getting back-to-back. Another thing of being back-to-back champions, but they are still in the running for it. But I don't know. HWG, now that they are behind, right, they're number 2 to catch up with the points. I would say that we might see a more aggressive in order for them to get the elimination points, just to catch up with that number 1. Allow this to continue to happen. Well, GE, they know how to play safe, they know how to come in a little bit later. It's hard to take down early, but let's see if HWG changes in this wrangle.
HWG will brute force themselves to eliminate GE as fast as they can. That's one of the only conditions right now for them to take back the #1 spot. They cannot afford to let GE gain any more points. The fastest way to do it is going to be just eliminate GE from the start. But we do have a very generous flight path again on top of school, crossing over to a side of Quarry and coming up from Kamishki. And this is a very centralized sort of a flight path. Everybody can drop wherever they want. It's within their reach. So it's about the circle. Will we have a very centered circle again? Because if we do, high chance GE still can secure those chicken, but depends on HWG. How well can they get?
Yeah, now it's up to HWG to find a way to catch up with the points. And with the current meta, and I would say the best way to really catch is just to get as many eliminations as possible. They did early on, even though they didn't get the circle inside of Sandhawk, circle keep running away from them, but they still get 9 elimination points. And as of that round, at least they still open up a decent gap. But look at the circle. I mean, I know it's the last day, but we love this kind of circle.
I still have one more wrangle, by the way. I mean, like, this can be saved for the last, but they're giving us a bit early Christmas present here. But back about the circle, if you are one of those teams, will you go straight into SMB or will you just stay around the main peninsula? Because if the hard shift happened, we might end up right across Ferry Pier or just around the bridge.
Okay, well, I guess it depends on the strategy, right? I think if I were GE, I would go into the base just to avoid all the unnecessary fights. But if I were GE, I'll be like, okay, I want to come in from the main peninsula and stay there just to get the opportunity to try to get as many elimination points as possible.
Well, hopefully that's the case where the circle kind of still favor SMB, but it happens to be in between. We have a lot of swimmers, not just for SEA Games for PUBG Mobile. We might actually enter Olympic in swimming area next time. But back towards the side of Sin. Oh, wait. Oh, no. This is not great. HWG, we thought they will be aggressive, but they're being shot down instead and lost Alpha 7 at that. Alpha 7 is one of the most crucial player in the lineup for HWG. They cannot afford him to step out this early.
Yeah, not at all. It feels like G losing Ichi. It feels like PBE losing more. West Point Mamba losing Federales. The key player, that one player that you don't want to lose. And for HWG, not the start that they would have wanted. I mean, they drop onto North Jogopu. They still need to travel down. And can you imagine that? From North Jogopu, you still need to travel. And you need to take unnecessary fights. I mean, it's going to be hard for them. And now for that, looks like they will be the gatekeepers here against Enigma. Enigma managed to somehow slow.
G-Lab, are they going to fall back or take up the challenge here? They're making themselves a bit of a U-turn, reposition themselves on a different compound, making sure there's a distance between them, just in case they want to rush in. But G-Lab definitely not interested to take this fight too early on. For Skadi, just trying to scout out for any sort of loot that will be precious and give any of sort of a value. On the side of G-Lab, they are parting ways. But on the side of YG and HWG case just now, I think that was a very close combat that happened. So that's why they can just finish off Alpha within an instant. Maybe HWG dropping Alpha around the area of YG, hoping he can be the scouter for the team, but instead, being sacrificed instead. It's not a great start for HWG. Rocky one indeed for their start, but YG, this is their chance to shoot up there.
True enough. So YG has their option as well, is to try to finish as high as possible, obviously, at the top. If they can overtake HWG, I believe they will get a little bit more prize. So that's another motivation for all these teams, besides just bragging rights. But for YG to catch up to GE, okay, the points difference now is 20 points. But with taking into consideration as well the current performance of GE, I don't see them dropping as of now. So YG, if they were to catch up onto HWG, maybe after this round, because it's only 15 points difference, or 14 points now. It's very possible for them.
I'm really interested to see where GE stands right now, because we do know they are early comers and love to be in the center of the circle as soon as they can, but we do have bridge campers this time. Molja Esports firing on APG, caught off guard, make it 2! Oh, but never mind, 1-to-1 trade. Accent managed to secure on another. Puff, how to address this in an instant, because the entire cover is here. APG, Shroud and Sonic at the back line. Renza is just a bit too far to give support. Skynin is bleeding out for everybody to see. Sonic shutting down on the side of Volja. Puff finally down on the ground. The rest of Volja a bit delayed with a response due to the distance between them. And not great. The moment you are bridge camper, you need all 4 up there. If not, this is where they will end it up.
Oh, still on the way. Looks like they want to finish up this fight at the bridge. APG and Austria Esports cleared out. Sonic is actually at the side, and Ransom doesn't know that he's there, but Astro spots him out. Will finish up, and that's going to be Shroud all alone. The last member for APG trying to shoot between the players onto Ransom. It does connect, but not enough to take him down yet. Astro X with a nade. He'll toss onto Shroud. Same goes for Ransom as well, but one nade is APG out.
Oh man, APG close enough for getting those early skirmishes right, but due to the follow-up coming up from Molja a bit later, but at least better late than never. He lost Puff, trying to buy so much time until the rest of the backup arrived, but at least they got some consolation out of it. Managed to wipe out the entirety of APG, and this is just tough for APG to come back. They are already in the 15th place. Will be the first one to be out, but at least they don't go empty-handed. On this side of GE, they're taking the center, and the center is actually the shoreline. And if they decided to swim over it, they will do it anyhow. But we're talking about the other team, so KE engaging with another team. I'm not sure which one. Was it Falcon? Yeah, Falcon just now. A lot of top 3 teams are being targeted by all the others down there.
Well, just to add on now, GE is not taking the... HWG and YG both are. So GE will be happy with this kind of scenario. Of course, they don't know, but for us, we have this view. And now for KE, they're going to see some action with Falcon. Falcon going to crash into the compound. They're not going to let KE just fire up a Kaya. Falcon being stopped at by the top. Nice! Good home by him.
Top Kaya cooking another nade. Boyshon with the DBS. Trying to figure out whether to toss it or not. Might actually get on Chanlo a bit too late now. Chanlo managed to barely negate those damage. And exit out, but the picks a shot. Caught Chanlon on his ankles. The top now going in for the rush. Kaya as well wrapping around the corner for the side of Falcon. It's not safe anymore. Those DBS put to work, and Falcon D2Y clutch it for the entire team of Falcon. KE bowing out early while HWG taking their time on the North Juggle Pool still. We do have 2 or 3 teams going into the center, and it's going to be SMB all the way, Cloud.
All the way it is. Look at where PE's at. They are just by the bay, and they will have access to swim across. While HWG still tanking the blue inside of North Joggle Pool. Good the distance for them to travel. I believe they would have calculated the first stage that they have. So far, we don't see any teams bridge camping on the left at this point. That by the time they move, by the time they want to get across, that's where it will get crowded.
For the latecomers, they know for a fact it's a bit of a long journey. Might as well just take their sweet time to loot up whatever compound they can actually find while migrating themselves into the circle. That's the case for Sen. I'm not surprised if TGOA and Magna are doing the same thing, and there's going to be the 3 teams that love to do whatever they're doing, but it's working right for them. HWG, one of the team that not too late into the party usually, but this time due to their distance from the circle is a bit too far, so they might as well just try to loot up any medkits they can actually find. Whilst the others figure out they want to cross to the other side of the island with boats or even swim. The side of West Point Mumbai, they secured themselves on the east-north, around close enough to Nova Ripnoye or just around there. Land themselves, dock themselves up, and seems like nobody is still there just yet. But we do know in the center of SMB there will be a couple of teams already waiting inside around the playing junkyard. But West Point Mamba, on the other hand, they're close enough to get in triple digits here. Same goes for KE, but sadly KE, one more point to get 100 points. Being denied entirely just now.
Yeah, with that fight, West Point are points away, so it's very doable. But for GE, okay, at least they have a few representatives stock up on the military base island, so they can somewhat give cover fire if needed. I guess that might be necessary because there were other teams just right beside that one who's coming. But for the rest of GE, scouting out for another location, they should for entry, not challenged by anyone else. This is the dream rotation for GE into the military base island.
For GE, they could have waited. Yep, that's what I'm going to mention. But West was perfect timing against a Falcon. Chanlong was swimming next to West just now. I'm surprised the rest of GE didn't wait it up just to see if there's somebody else is swimming over. And D2Y tried to swim as fast as he can and possibly B just to save his teammate. On the side of GE, will they respond to West knocked down just now? Will they make a big U-turn? Maybe one of them will be. But West is bleeding out in the open area of the coastline, and we do have another contender, which is going to be Magna, just docked themselves around that area. GE leaving the scene instead of going in for eliminations. They could have, but they want to play in the center of the circle where Zai already been next to Ozja Esports. But there's a lot of bridge camp on both sides of a bridge here.
Oh, there you go. Game Lab is ready for it with newbie Lanju Kayla as well. Currently down, leaving Moy all alone, and Moy still taking out the blue. And it doesn't seem like Moy has a vehicle, so not sure how he's going to get across. Game Lab, they know that there's at least one more left for them to take. And Game Lab, pretty sure their motivation is not going to be at the number 16 by the end of the day. They take out Mix from West Point Mamba.
Oh, Mix a bit isolated from the rest of the team here, being zoned out by the side of G-Lab, while Skadi will pick up by Kai with no problem and no issues, but they have to make it fast because West Point Mamba is pushing back. It's going to be Federalis pushing up towards the front line, and 2 Pro coming out from the flank side as well. Will try to run down Federalis, but another buggy flew over the head of West Point Mamba. He missed with those vehicles due to the terrain just now. G-Lab didn't manage to survive and being eliminated early. Next contender, FOD.
That was too bad Game Lab. But now for FOD, they should have an easy green circle unchallenged as of now. As the other team on the northern side, they'll be focusing on the green circle. Interestingly, HWG is still tanking the blue. Same goes white. And GE will be liking that. Now putting focus onto the pros. Few knocked down me on the side. Young Galacticos want to stop them from getting into the other side. But Young Galacticos, they need to take out the blue for themselves as well. The name will be tossed out by Myrna onto the other side. Will not connect. Myrna with the DBS gameplay, but Myrna loses to a DBS from Rick.
Alright, bro, sweeping the floor clean to a side of YG here, who barely make it out alive, left with only one player. I'm not sure where the last player is. Roman Boy just next to the bridge, hoping to get some sort of consolation from this side, but barely can visualize their target. Romeo Boy, I feel like he will try to play the survival game here instead of going for the frags, but he's not willing to bow out quite yet. But at the same time, he's gonna just leave them by, and Harame Bro will walk into the center of the circle as soon as they can. While also the side of HWG taking on the right side of the bridge instead, but lucky enough for them, nobody is guarding over this side because it's gonna be the 4th stage coming up very soon, and the 4th stage is less than 10 seconds. FOD, on the other hand, not done with West Point Mamba. While West Point Mamba leaving with only 2 players, a lot of teams are playing in the blue zone. Only 3 teams not inside, burning themselves alive.
Oh, I guess this is where the effect of the solo scams, it looked like a 50-50 at some point, and then moves all the way down to military base where the majority of teams were not at that point. Now for FOD, they're going in for the chase to Mamba. Federalis just in front of Easy. Looks like Easy will be interested to try and take him down, but if he overshoots his stay, he will bump into another team, and that's PB on the other side.
Ozja Esports taking the center. Yahiko still at the edge of the other end of the bridge. Might be stopped by Harami Bro. Still outside of the blue zone, but not inside the circle while Yahiko. I just hope we do have enough health utilities on his end. FOD coming up from the southern side of this plane junkyard around SMB, but there's going to be more than one to come from the southern side. PBE spotted out by the side of FOD. Shooting straight, and John executed Momboy within an instant. A clean one at that. Falcon and Magna will have a bit of a brawl later, but PBE and FOD, slowly FOD, also taken out by the side of PBE limb by limb. Raimon repositioning himself towards the flank side. Try to finish off easy as fast as he can because it's going to be GE waiting on the other end. But at least he still secured himself, but GE here comes. They start to shoot on the side of PBE and FOD at the same time.
Wow, 3 teams in the same frame now. PBE resets and picked up by Clue. And we saw that as well. Looks like it's not going to be an easy pickup for them. H2R finished off by Skynet from Austria Esports. Now Austria Esports had it. Smile. Look at this. GE in a position to try to pick the points from afar. FOD taking the fight. FOD, they are winning this. And Enigma, one of them.
We'll toss at Nate. And Nang is not easy. Very agitated right now. Restless even. Spotted out QB who just drove by. Nang being almost run down. Saved by the terrain. No way. What are the odds? And what a luck from Nang. But it's going to be Caps who's down to 1 HP here. And that toss of Nate will finish him off in an instant. Oh boy, this is not great for Enigma. And that's just it. Eliminated at 10 plays. They thought they had it going. But Nang, what a witty move just now. Plays himself in between all the structures.
After all the action, it's only 1 point for Enigma this time. For G, already 2 elimination points in hand. And they're in a position where they can start up teams as well. And they seem to be on a clear. Nobody's behind them. All the other teams, they're busy. For example, like Magna on the lower ground against Falcon and Falcon. But they'll definitely want to finish up Magna to get in.
Oh, Magna, what a steep cliff there. D2I, all they need to do is just loop it very low. Just toss it over to the side of Magna and let the grenade to roll over to their side. While the blue zone start to burn the rest of Magna. Magna still kind of stuck in between here. They have to decide whether to go up or not, but spotted out! A bit distraction done by those vehicles. Chanlong distracted Toki. Making sure his vision on the other end, but D2Y taking Toki instead. Chanlong fights to the flank and left with only Maul here with only one player of Magna to survive, but there's no way run. Nothing else than the blue zone and Falcon in the phase of Magna have to place themselves at 8th place. But for FOD, they're playing around the crate. West Point Mumbai and Austria Esports not willing to move just yet, while GE spreading out wide just to mark the territory, showing their dominance on top of this circle.
The left speed thing. We got the pros wanting to come into the circle, and that's where they might face against OD and West Point Mamba, and there could be a ripple effect to awaken us about to get those elimination points. Right now, the pros finding a way in. They probably there are just too many teams there. Decided to take the north side to get into the circle. Made the right move, but they have West Point Mamba next.
Phil, trying to find any sign of life on the other end. Alongside with the range, trying to reposition himself on a better ground, a bit of elevation, just like one. Too many fences in between, they have to cut across. But they're walking straight into the wall zone here. Dale on the ground, bleeding out, while Amas will toss that Molly to burn him off quite live. Fiori dropped a couple of smokes to build up the bridge for range to pick up Dale back on his feet. But this might just be the bait for Harami Bro. If they're taking up the bait, that's going to be the end. GE on the other end, still waiting at the right time to open fire. Austria Esports not willing to be participating on this side of Bomb Galore just yet. Federalis dropping one big one on Dale. Finish him off straight away. And Harami Bro happy to be cornered by more than just one team. We're talking about 3 teams having their eyes set to a sort of Harami Bro right now.
Ooh, Harami Bro. Good move for them to get into the circle. But they draw attention from West Point Mamba. Federalis is not done yet. He wants more elimination points. He already got 5 for himself. He wants to get back his reputation for players in the Southeast Asia wildcard. And now Ermas tosses the nade as well from just right in front of him, but because the smoke is blocking his vision, Federalis knocked down. Ermas knows that Orange is just behind. Oh, he doesn't have a good vision.
Ermas compress both ways here. FOD from behind. Harami Bro next to him. They've been shooting all around him as well. Ermas just decided, you know what, I can't save my friend. I just need to stay alive for just a tiny bit longer till the top 5 at least. With 8 eliminations by the side of Falcon, they are going for do or die right now. They don't have a care in the world. They just want to go in for the kills. Few spot out, maybe a couple of smokes tossed over by the side of FOD. But Harami Bro, they stuck themselves here. It's all down to the next circle to determine whether they still be safe or not. Ermas cannot even move in and out. But the circle happen to be moving away, and even GE cannot see this one coming. Because Alja Esports and Falcon, the only 2 teams securing the center of the circle as we speak. They will be gatekeeping all the teams down there, especially Alja Esports.
Well, interestingly, GE and HWG, they are just next to each other, and both on the outside of the circle. This could be interesting next. But on the left side of the circle, we got 4 teams together next to each other. FOD, party as well. And we have the Bros still here. And now X tries to scope out, tries to find his target, but can't seem to have a good angle. As Nagas will need to switch up his responsibilities to revive John.
A bit of a risk here for Joseph to cover fire. Hoping to open up a bit more space for the revival to be done. But might actually just jeopardizing his own self and own life down there. Joseph being finished off from afar. And few on the other hand for Harami Bro, they are proning down. Not willing to give away the position just yet. But they have to cut across FOD to get into the center of the circle. Just next to the side of FOD. And West Point Mamba for the Ermas is still there as well. Nobody willing to leave this warehouse even. But Joseph finally arrived at the destination of the pickup zone. 2 other members of FOD back up their feet, and it's going to be trio again. With the center taken over by Alja Esports, but they're being shot from afar. Renza on the ground bleeding out, while they are quite clustered over this side of a circle. Nobody coming out from the northern side, except for HWG now coming in as a duo.
Ooh, and look at this. GE managed to slide into the circle. HWG is going to come in from the north side. Falcon saw their rotation. So now Falcon is alerted. And I guess right now, because there's enough structure in this area, that's why we can see all these teams stand off at this point. But FOD, wow, they already got themselves 8 elimination points. Great. They're in a position to rank up more elimination points. But Falcon, they are putting focus onto HWG, and that is what GE wants.
Falcon try to force their way in, advancing with the smoke. While D2Y also quicking up the nade to toss over to the side of HWG on the second floor. A bit tough for him to pinpoint due to the multi-levels of building right now. Too many floors to decide which and where their steps are. But West Point Mamba finally Ermas being finished off by the hands of FOD. But HWG sharing the same compound with Falcon. A bit tricky to play in the same building here. But usually in the case, the one that actually marching to their side will be the one be eliminated first instead of the ones sharing the same building. But it's all down to the next circle, really. We're still in stage number 6, left with only 6 teams here. With 1 player left on the side of Harami Bro. Few being finished off straight away in the hands of FOD. And FOD's got 10 eliminations. The only team with a double digit, but Falcon will slowly close up the gap for those eliminations. 2 more points to just catch up with the hands of FOD. But Alja Esports, they start to move and shutting down FOD while they can.
From the quiet distance, I guess Joseph should be able to be picked up. Now John is moving in at the forefront, picked up. But look at the circle. The circle moved towards the areas where Falcon is at. G, right now their objective is just to stay alive above HWG and they will gain more points than them since every team is gaining placement points right now. But now pressure is going to be on to FOD. Yes, we are setting 10 elimination point mark, but now they need to face up against the challenge, showing why they deserve the 10 elimination points. We're trying to take out Austria Esports. Just
it's quite difficult route for FOD to cut into the circle. There's so many fences and small walls in between. They have to climb over and cannot do so without exploiting themselves, exposing their positions towards the rest of Harami Pro, where they got shot down, and that's the case here. But at least they got one on the flank side. Joseph makes so much work for the team, open up so much space for FOD to advance forward, but Austria Esports not willing to give it away just yet. GE Zaya being shot from afar. Austria Esports taking dominance over this circle, and they try to shut down two teams at a time. GE and FOD both are in danger.
well, HWG is still in this though. John with the Kainen. Nangas will be taken out by Renzo. A little bit of a trade there. GE both having a smile as well as Ichi. Will it be a smile for GE as the Nace will be tossed on to Falcon? John will be eliminated by Renzo. That means FOD is out, but they managed to get eliminated. But Ichi opens up the fight with D2Y down.
Falcon greeting with a bit of a hand grenade to a sort of Chunlone, even have a bit of exchange of a nade. D2Y on his knees, while Chunlone left with 3% of HP, have himself first aid to revive himself, never reset himself. Master Smile switch over to a shotgun, while Goblin waiting at the other end with a DBS. Switch it over to rifles again, going up to the second floor for D2Y. But Master Ichi now on the ground bleeding out. A small just across that. D2Y spray with a UMP, and that's the run for GE. No straight chicken, back to back before, but this time have to place themselves at the fourth.
Well, this opens up the opportunity. Oh, here we go again to close up the gap, but they're playing as a duo, so not how they can get out of this round. But as long as they can stay alive, they'll rank it. The placement now they up against Falcon. Austria Esports will be waiting on the other side. Austria Esports still has the circle, while this compound is not entirely in the circle. So this fight ends.
Yaka. Nobody willing to move right now. Whoever's on the second level of the building, just about waiting the right time to open fire, waiting for these guys to move forward instead. HWG have too much at stake right now. Falcon slowly climbing up, popping up those smokes. Austria Esports still sitting out this one. Ranza shooting at Falcon from afar with those small windows, tapping them out. Even going for those high grounds, going for very high elevations here on top of the pillar. And now Renzo has a clear view where HWG and Falcon stands. They cannot even pick out. They need to stay indoors, but they're sharing the same building. Who goes down first here? Either HWG or Falcon, but definitely Austria Esports have the upper hand. Feels like this is already their chicken dinner.
Well, that is a beautiful off angle for Renzo. Now he just needs to do its work as Falcon and HWG going, and Goblin with the DBS takes down Mew. One more to go for HWG. It's going to be Yaka. Can he pull off an insane clutch here against the 3 Falcon? Falcon searching for their final target. Yaka has the DP, but he's going up against the DBS. But looks like Falcon failed to find where Yaka is at, so he's safe for now, but he won't be safe on the blue.
Oh boy, Yaka praying nobody finds him here. But here comes Renzo, finish off Goblin with Yaka burning off by the blue zone. But still managed to knock down on Goblin in the very last minute. But didn't secure those points away. Austria Esports, all they need to do is shooting them down. Austria, they are the most comfortable spot right now, with nothing to divide them from the chicken dinner. They will actually gain, but at least now they got 1-to-1 trade. But this is it. Definitely Austria Esports with this performance, with that statue of them standing on off angle. No way for them to not get in this chicken dinner, but will be enough for GE or HWG to still stay up there. But I have a feeling GE still number one for now, but Austria Esports, where do they stand?
Yeah, I think the big question is Austria Esports, where will they stand? Well, they win somewhere in the middle. bracket the last time we saw them, but how far will they jump? We need to tabulate up the scores. But for GE, just one placement behind HWG. I guess there will not be a change in the number 1, number 2 spots. So HWG, with the remaining games, they need to work a lot more. So it will be big for me, 3 games still for HWG. But for Orcha Esports to get this chicken dinner, it was a big defense because there were so many teams on the left side, and Orcha Esports came in at the time, eliminate one after another, and they get this high ground, they get this position, and that is where Renza, the man that was up there, got the chicken dinner for them.
This is their turf as well when it comes to SMB as the start of a circle, and Renza, due to his off-angle position, those high pillars just now, definitely plays such a big part and impacted the entire team's performance as a whole. Falcon, on the other hand, are rising back up to the occasion. I just hope it's not a bit too late now. Same goes for FOD. But for the side of GE, consistency is the key. They got themselves 4th place here. And it's just really hard to catch up by the other teams up there. The one that closest is going to be HWG. But last time we saw them, they only got themselves 1 elimination points. I don't think that will be enough for them to take over the number 1 spot again.
Yeah, definitely not enough. The gap was significant enough for them to not be able to catch up. But now the highlight of the round, military base circle looked like a 50-50 at some point, and then all the way down to military base circle. And because of that, the usual choke point is especially this time, was crowded, and we get to see a lot of action from KE going around hunting teams again. It's just that this time around, it didn't work for them.
You know what, the moment I saw APG fought against those days, where APG actually do have the upper hand back then, might actually can score themselves the entire game of Orcha Esports. How things could have changed with APG action early on, but you know what, it's going to be the winning team. Orcha Esports to secure this one out, but this was a really tough circle for most of the teams in there. Either you play indoors and then you got trapped in the blue zone, and if you're late, you'll be fished out by all the teams waiting at the coastline. But Orcha Esports, they secure quite a number of elimination with those long-range shots they got themselves on. And they're not too far off compared with Falcon and FOD as well. They got 11 for both teams. 3 teams taking double-digit elimination. And the gap for eliminations starting from 4th place is just too significant because of these 3 teams dominating in the last map.
Yeah, that's like 34 eliminations taken by 3 teams, so that's half of the competition gone. But because they both got 6 points each, that means the amount of gap between the both of them still 14 points difference between GE and HWG. As well as Orcha Esports that just got the chicken dinner, they rise up to number 5. So looks like there's only 1 point difference between them and Enigma, and 11 points with YG. I don't know, maybe Orcha sneaking into the top 3?
Possibly, if they want to, they can. But surprisingly, Sin has been super quiet here. Even though they tried, we can see the effort making into the last few circles. But they were pushed down to 7th place, and the gap is starting to stretch between the 3rd place up to the 4th place. While for the 3rd place of YG, feels like wherever they go, they're being suffocated by one team to the other. It's just they cannot avoid those fights by the end of the day. But on the side of Harami Bro, the only team that got themselves a chicken dinner on the 2nd page here. That's unusual because usually we do have all the 1st page to have those chicken. It just shows that they're having a bit of a problem for Harami Bro right now.
Yeah, I think for yesterday, 2nd half especially, it wasn't really their day, so that made drop to the 2nd page. Harami Bro will be looking to at least come back to page 1. Sure, they want more of the pie of the prize pool, but nevertheless, we still have one final wrangle to go after this. This will be the final wrangle in our 2023 PMPL SEA Wildcard Fall, and who will take on this chicken dinner? So far, GE has 2 chicken dinners, and the 3rd one is by Orcha. But if GE can get the next one, they win up the chicken dinner tally as they would have gotten yesterday.
This feels like the continuation of day number 2, honestly speaking. Remember when GE got himself the back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday and then followed up by Orcha? If by prediction and if by yesterday's continuation, Next is going to be PBE then, because yesterday that's what really happened before we ended up day number 2. After that back-to-back GE, then we jumping into Austria, and then PBE finish off the day. So that might be the case here. We have second episode of what happened yesterday. But speaking of which, Sen has been not doing great here today at all. They definitely tried to get more points when it comes to eliminations. It didn't work out so quite well because they're being surrounded by too many teams where they open fire. YG, pretty much the same case as well, surprisingly. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna give you the satisfaction.
I leave it again. Well, okay. I could change to PBE, but nah, I'll stick to Enigma. That's fine. If I can get an Enigma, it's like done. Okay. Like I'll buy myself ice cream.
You score 2 now. Maybe Enigma. If you actually score 3, every single time we have a final day of a grand final, we should have clout for predictions. Okay.
Master prediction. Oh yeah, but maybe PBE might be the surprise one.
Yeah, I feel bad for the teams that I predicted for today because none of them are performing after I predicted for the last day. I feel bad right now, but. Yeah, speaking of Enigma, they are shooting up when it comes to their performance. They're always on the top 5, so close enough to getting themselves the last wrangle. Who knows? But yeah, speaking of last wrangle, right? I think that there's going to be a couple of teams that have nothing else to lose. Since this is going to be the last map that they're going to play in the grand finals, the last wrangle. So might as well just, all cylinders out and just, have fun.
Yeah, KE is already doing that, so expect more to follow. Like, oh, KE is having fun, and they got a decent amount of elimination points, except for the round. So why not? I guess, because there'll be, at some point, like teams will, you know what, we just want the day to end, we just want to get a good dinner, we just want to enjoy ourselves. So I guess this is where we'll start to see teams really going out with each other a lot. And then, during the final few circles, you start to see teams that's like the top teams, they have a lot more to gain if they can get points in the bag. So I guess it's also a matter of like the other teams, like the top teams, who really want to survive and to go for the points, like to also fend off teams who are just going and trying to fights.
Yeah, it's all down. I mean, like for the next one, I want to see HWG go really well because they might jeopardize in their own position though if they actually do that. But at the same time, that's what they really do best. They are one of the teams that's really love those eliminations instead of positions, right? Why not at this point? Same goes for Enigma. I think they are the only one without any chicken yet, still on the first page so far.
Yeah, I believe so. So if they can get one, they will put them in a good spot. At least try to challenge for the top 3. I think the prize pool, although it's not shown breakdown, I think that the prize pool in the top 3 would be significant enough and would be motivation enough for the that's able to get it to try to get the top 3 at least. So yeah, if Enigma gets it, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
It's a win for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're the master of prediction if you score all of them right. But speaking of which, the next wrangle, who will be driven enough, who are desperate enough to push themselves way more than the others? Because we do know this is going to be the last wrangle, and some of the teams will not be too comfortable in Miramar. In the case of TGOA or River Magna, when it comes to Miramar, they don't actually boat so well compared to the wrangle. So I have a feeling they want to push this one out as far as they can. Try to see how much they can actually gather for the last wrangle of the day. But speaking of Magna, right, it feels like yesterday was really their day. Today's just gone.
Yeah, it wasn't the Magna of yesterday. Yesterday they were today is like whenever we get to see Magna, it's like, oh, they lost fight. They lost. It became like the Magna of like the league stages again. So
the
yeah,
default Magna.
Yeah, I know. I really would like to see Magna getting a chicken dinner. This is something to celebrate because they're the only representative from the Singaporean region, and get a chicken inside the finals where you have the best 16 teams in the wildcard region. That'll be an achievement. And if I remember correctly as well, the last time we got a Singaporean team inside the finals, it was FV that time, but they didn't get the chicken dinner. So if they get, they're setting at least a new record for the region.
The standards for them is a bit questionable, but I mean, like, I do wish one day Singapore really will be one of the best team, because they have been exposed to PUBG Mobile, one of the first few ones if you compare it with all the other regions of the World Cup, right? But sadly, when it comes to the performance, didn't actually have that much of a growth. But if you compare with the Philippines, on the other hand, yeah, one of the latest into the party. But surprisingly, if you compare with their growth, on the other hand, exponentially have been growing way more than all the other teams down there. So I'm looking for the Philippine team. Just now they almost got it again, close enough, but I think the one that actually can push is either Enigma or PBE at this state, or even maybe Sen. But the only Cambodian team that shining brighter than the others is just going to be also Esports.
Yeah, with a chicken dinner in hand and legendary play in it. Yeah, I guess they're waving the Cambodian flag right now. I do see that there are fans for their region as well, rooting for their favorite team. So it'll be nice to see a good mix there at the day too, and everyone gets a piece of the pie. But besides that, yeah, I was having a good moment. But besides, don't worry, nobody saw that except for me. But I lost it. But yeah, but I want to. Okay, I'm genuine.
I'm sorry. You broke me. You broke me, man. You guys have no clue what happened. I'm not gonna tell you what's gonna really happen, but we do want to know what's gonna happen in Erangel. 10 more seconds to go. This is gonna be the last Erangel in this season for the World Cup region. Let's fly one more in Erangel.
Hashtag ask if you're single. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that I'd like to see. Let's have that big gap, right? Let's let it have the gap enough until the last game for the champion.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to have the gap. Like, imagine if the gap is like 1 point difference for each of the team, right? For our ending of the day, it would be super great. Yeah.
Yeah, please. So this is where we need to ask GE to like, okay, GE, calm down, you know. I know that you're nice up there. I know you want a big I know you want a good ending, like a comfortable ending, but you know, do it for the viewers. Give us some try.
It don't work like that, bro. Their life is on the line here. We're talking about them trying to get as much chicken as possible. That's their aim for today for GE. But the flight path a bit more towards the left side instead of the generous center. And not splitting evenly for the map as well. So whoever wants to drop around Milta Power, that's going to be PBE. They will have a bit of a long journey instead of the normal routine that they will actually can go into Milta as fast as they can. They need those vehicles to work. But as per usual, it's all down to the circle, right? The circle. Oh boy, are you kidding me? No way, this again?
You know, even the circles have like, it's the last day. Come on, might as well. Again. Another potentially military base circle, 50-50 Peninsula. I guess this time around, most of the teams would go shooting to military base instead of holding on the main peninsula after what happened. And twist, all of a sudden the circle just scam and it just move up again.
I mean, if the second circle happened to be hard shifting all the way north and just have a tiny bit of the land of that around, you know, the other end of the main peninsula, now that's gonna be super funny. And if we ended up just there all day and ended up, we never have bridge circle anymore, right? If it's the time, I think this is the best time to have those bridge circle to play by the teams.
Absolutely. The last Erangel for our Southeast Asia Wildcard series. So might as well, right? Might as well. Come on, give it to us. Give it to us. Just like Chichu was given. But anyway, HWE, not the circle that they want. I mean, it's very, very far from them. They overdid it, not lie. They did great getting into the military base. But second time around, they... Oh no. I can read their minds now.
I just hope they don't come in as late as they were before, but West Point Mumbai shut it down on Enigma. This is not great because Enigma is actually in the run for getting himself in the top 3 still. And lost QB as a start. 2 of them being knocked down. Even Cooper on his knees. Oh, there goes. Left with only caps. What a way to start off the last Irangle map here for West Point Mamba. Definitely may score himself a 3, but on the side of Enigma, oh boy, a tough one.
Well, I guess there goes my Enigma prediction this round. But okay, taking out fights as usual, early fights, and that's the threat. But unfortunately, they might lose Kaya, Saycloud with the nade, aiming the vibe. D2Y on the lower ground, so they kind of have their opponents surrounded. Boy, wow! Okay, gave us a Hollywood action movie.
No way. That just happened. He just flee his crime, flying with this vehicle. All the rest of KE on the other hand have to deal with this for themselves. Falcon, they have a couple of players knocked down as well. A bit of trading done. Goblin, a bit too far. Make a big U-turn and say, nope, you guys on your own now. There's no way for me to save you guys. A bit too much at risk. So might as well just go for the survival. He's gonna go for the ranking point instead of eliminations here for the side of Goblin. And it's just the worst start for two teams here. Falcon and Enigma down to last player to carry the entire team.
Ooh, yeah, Falcon, Enigma. Falcon, at least this time, KE won against Falcon. Previously, they lost the fight, so it's somewhat of a revenge for KE. And with them damaging Falcon to the last player, this will stop Falcon from attempting to overtake KE this round. And KE officially has broken the 100 point mark.
Congratulations, welcome to the club. On the side of APG, try to go fishing today. Might spot out Goblin. Goblin resort to actually swimming, knowing the fact that he's alone right now. Just pray then he won't be discovered by these guys. The moment he tried to dive out to swim up to have a breather. Two angles guarded by APG. This is just overkill on the side of APG.
He ain't gonna get an exit like that. And the moment he shows himself, that's it. AE, they'll be like, okay, you guys put attention onto exit. That's fine. Like, we'll start across the top, taking a different route. So looks like he is. Oh, is he already on the main on the military base island? Okay, we need to get a different vision. He's waiting for Goblin. Okay, Goblin. I don't know how long the hole is, but exit definitely wants to get the point.
There's no way out for the sort of Goblin, but at least that's a DP28. So you know that DP28, the recoil is incredibly hard to control. Just hope exit just gonna whiff this.
Yeah,
but Goblin on the other hand, we have who else on the other end just now? There's two of them. Was it exit and who again? Mark was definitely on land.
Yeah,
was it Sonic?
Yeah, maybe Sonic, but I guess it doesn't matter, right? Like a race between the two to like, okay, who can get that elimination point? But between the Yangon Galacticos approaching, they seem to be interested to get a. I guess they noticed that, okay, APG well spread out at the left bridge, but they're okay, nope, we changed our plan. But this is the highlight team here, HW taking the blue with FOD, a team that has a lot of firepower on top of.
FOD taking the blue and HWG as well. But HWG know for the fact that they are just playing a dangerous game if they force a fight anyway, so they don't want to risk it too much, knowing what at stake here and playing a very slow game instead. But hands off FOD, they don't have a care in the world anymore. We did witness how they played in the last map. Definitely running rampage across all the areas. They can actually find anything that's moving, they're gonna shoot it down. Long and easy in the same vehicle of UAZ. Well, casually and leisurely just taking the right, cruising over the side of a bridge. We haven't got a glimpse about the next circle just yet. I'm waiting for that to happen. But GE happened to be passing with, never mind, G-Lab just next to it. It's going to be hello neighbor. But Scotty, kind of a bit too far for him. Ambitious spray. GE can actually just leave the scene here without getting harmed. But at the same time, I'm surprised that GE is not in the center of the circle yet.
It looks like taking a slower rotation this time, but nice swerve to the shot. Game lab, not gonna lie. Another circle. Okay, scam. All the way to the left corner of the military base island. This will be huge. So far, we can see that there is a good number of teams still on the main peninsula. Won't be liking this. Expect the bridge to be gate capped.
There's so little land in there. There's like 70% of water with 30% of land with 16 teams still intact. And that's the second stage, by the way. Not even the third or fourth. There's not going to be enough land for these guys.
Not at all. So that we can expect like a lot of fights now, even in stage 2. And the fact that the teams might not have nothing much to lose. So that's where we'll see, okay, teams will just crash it on each other. This will be exciting now. Younger Galacticos, 1,000 meters away. They need to get across to the bridge. The last time we saw the left bridge, it was APG guarding it. Guess they will want to focus on getting on the other side before creating another block. But still there, well, it's going to be an interesting ride for a lot of this team.
Good luck for the teams. This is a bizarre circle to have a last Erangel map as a start in stage number 2 even. And G-Lab still scratching their heads. Where do we go from here? To cross the bridge? We still have a long journey after we cross the bridge. The bridge is not inside of a circle still. And GE happen to be moving the same direction at the same time even. If they want to drop themselves down to fight this one out, they'll be burned off by the blue zone. But that's what decided by GE, taking a bit of leap of faith and just gonna go for the rush. And West come out from behind, shooting one down, having a frag. While the others of G-Lab, will they be stopping by as well to give extra support? But apparently being shot down or being burned off by the blue zone from the back line.
Well, the fact that he can take off a couple of members from Game Lab. Oh, but Game Lab's not that. Thought they get away, but Game Lab now down to 2 Pro. 2 Pro with the DBS gameplay gets a knock. Secure elimination point onto easy. But Joseph is there to take them out. And Game Lab becomes the first team to go out. Still will be at number 16 by the end of this round.
Honestly, coming up from G-Lab, from Pan to the fire to hell. Literally, that just happened for them. It's not just the blue zone, it's coming up from GE and then FOD waiting on the other end. And this is a problem if you're coming in very late with this sort of a circle. The moment you jump out from that bridge, you still have a long way to go because there will be some teams still dragging down navigation before getting into the circle. Now YG next. Imagine how many teams are there in the blue zone. Still 6 of them. Make it even like 10. Literally, most of them actually still in the blue zone at this state because of how little land there is inside of a circle. Why do you have to force this one out? But they will not be winning over this one because the moment they step out from the blue zone, somebody will be gatekeeping on the inside.
Another way to take out the blues, to take out your opponents and loot their boxes, hoping at first, and that's how you last a little bit more longer. But Mernat will secure that elimination point. And we still have that last member from FOD. The second last member of FOD, Joseph, tanking out the blue, but looks like Young Galacticos not interested anymore. They're leaving the side. They're focusing on to getting into the circle because look at the circle, Mike, and the bit of water.
This is a ridiculous circle. At this stage, are you kidding me? How are the players supposed to play at this point? There's no land to play. You can't shoot when you swim. What can you do when you're swimming? You can kick people in the water. Can you actually do that?
You basically can't do anything if you're swimming in the water. So, I don't know. This is a trash circle. Gotta admit that. Okay. Okay, having fun here. They try to take down the members of APG, starting off with Sonic. One more in the house on the right. That will be their next checking point. As Exit is moving around, he's spotted out by KE. Now he'll be surrounded. This is pretty much done for Exit.
KE now going against Ultra Esports next. They do have those elevations. Sky a bit isolated. Zone out from the rest of the team, trying to be the hot flank on this stage. Astro Axe spotted him out. TGOA, the moment they step out from the bridge, APG waiting at the other end, but they got knocked down instead by Goblin. From afar, Mura Chile will not going down without any fight. He still got the fight in him. Marcos on there then tried to revive Shroud, but this is the third stage. 0.8% HP being burned. They need to leave. TGOA won that one, but they're not done yet. They're still fighting a battle where they cannot win against the blue zone. While the one actually inside of a circle, they realize they're not in the circle anymore. They have to leave. That's included for KE and Falcon here. As Zorja Esports still taking the high horses, waiting in the inner circle with those elevations. Now, how did they get in there without fighting?
Ooh, yeah, it seems, because look at the amount of teams with the amount of land, like the show. Even if they evade their fight somehow, like other teams will be waiting for them. Oh, this is going to be interesting as now KE is starting their move, and look at the minimap. There's like 4 teams at the same minimap with PBE going on against West Point Mamba. It's going to be the Philippine connection same area.
Coming back for cool. PBE West Point Mamba exchanging of nades here done. Not clipping and connecting just yet. Seems like the empty space between them still going to stay empty for a bit longer. Popping up the smoke just to make sure they can camouflage themselves a bit longer for the side of PBE. But they need to get out. But they do have a new contender. GE is here. They won the place. Saying this for Magna. They are here for KE. Just on the outside of the compound. KE finished off. And the circle is definitely not forgiving. Sin, on the other hand, you know what? We're just going to be a merman right now for HWG. They do have the boat. But the rest of the team, this is just wrong. This is not how a circle should be.
It's wrong. This is absolutely trash. This is wrong. You got the syllabus from the dictionary and it's still wrong. Oh, but okay. This is an opportunity as well for HWG to collect points because they're on a boat. They can shoot. But now YG, one side will be knocked down from Dale Molly. Looks like the fight will continue on as the rest of the pros will come in onto YG. Romeo boy will line out as well. Romeo goes to pick up his team and Mernat defensive ground. But a little bit too late to pick up Dale.
Range coming in from the back line with an AKM. Try to find anybody inside of this building. Hop. Oh, he's going to drop that, but nobody's in there. MM with a mini 14, scouted out a couple of players from afar, but Loki pretty low with his HP right now, have a bit of a reset. Raimon and the rest of PBF, their eyes onto his side of Harami Bro, and YG trying to ram them down as well. In between, Harami Bro happen to be stuck here, trying to flee, but Romeo Boy shot on, and Imam, GE taking on Magna, TJOA and YG. It's going to be a 3-way war up here, but Ozja Esports still taking their entrance here towards SMB, but GE is taking the fight. Well, I'm not sure what happened to Ozja and Magna, but they're not done yet. Well, a lot of team resort to swimming inside of the sea, while the rest of them barely hanging on at the cliff of the coastline, because the circle still comprises of 50%, more than that, 65% even, of the sea to land ratio. West Point Mamba just having a great time fishing people out.
Moore had to deny himself. Okay, that's a knock in the water. Not entirely gone yet. FV is still alive, but he's still swimming. West Point Irma's gatekeeping them like this. There's no hope for them. And they still have to anyway. So West Point Mamba, this is the opportunity to collect elimination points. They already got 7 for themselves. 5 held by Mix. So now Mix is basically the one that has most elimination points for West Point Mamba. The pros, on the other hand, they might want to jump in. They're all by the edge of this island.
There's no place. There's no land. This is the only place they can actually stand safely. Harami Bro range is pretty low right now, with few taking a very awkward corner around the rock structures. Imam spotted out the boat taken by the side of the teams of Sin, if I'm not mistaken, or was it HWG just now? But FOD swimming next to FOD. Oh man, they open up a swimming class here. on top of this Erangel map right now. Joseph just having a good time. All of them try to get up on this very small cliff, on that very small rock as well, try to shoot each other out. But GE barely making into the circle. Now have to move again, just advancing around 100 meters on their front. So GE, they have to figure out what's the next step here, because West Point Mamba waiting. At least the circle shifted back slightly, centralizing, taking a bit of a land more this time. But Sin, how to dock themselves up. Look at the shoreline, too crowded right now. If they want to go up to the north, they have TGOA and Harame Bro waiting. They want to swim over towards the other side, West Point Mamba, the entire crew there is waiting. There's nowhere for them to actually dock themselves.
Absolutely nowhere. And even if they show themselves, even if they want to keep inside the water and they show themselves, they'll be shot at. West Point Mamba will be the closest one. Well, on the end, we have Austria Esports just in front of PBE. PBE has a compound, so Austria Esports might be interested to take this compound away. Yahiko, knocked down by Kayla. Wait, how did they get the space to shoot?
No clue. But they do have a very small cliff around that rock just now. They try to climb it up. All of them. YG taking a TGOA May. They're not done yet for YG. It has been going on for quite a long time here. They've been fighting after one fight on top of the other. Loki tried to flush them out. MH were not taking any damage from the Trobers down by the side of YG. But West Point Mamba definitely taking a bit of a glimpse to the side of PBE. Knock on one person out. Level 10 teams win with a very small land of space here. 1 second, gonna go in with those DBS, but YG just gonna finish off at the back line as well. HWG even resort to drowning himself due to there's no space for them to just swim on board. Well, GE taking on West Point Mamba. I'm not sure what is happening, but we're looking at YG trying to wrap around against PBE and the other teams on the other side.
Ooh, PBE got a knockdown onto Ichi, so at least that's some slight good there for WG. May W take it up on his own. Okay, YG 5 elimination points for them, but that also means that the guys of Asia own one player. And now YG at least they secured this compound, but this compound is not in the circles. Moving as Moy will go down to range. Looks like this is where desperation for Sin is happening. They are by the bay right now. There's no for them to go up.
Oh, this is just too much team at one spot here. Yeah, man, spotted at YG. 1 second might expose himself a bit too much, over peaking at that point. HWG just beneath Harame Bro. Remember, didn't spot him out just yet. West Point Mamba spotted out GE, knock on one. GE might try to save West, but caught in a trap instead. And that's going to be tough for the rest of GE to pick them up. They're a bit separated right now into 2-2 formation. YG will bomb out all the teams that down there trying to dock themselves up. Harame Bro will be one of those teams. YG taking advantage of their grounds right now. While the rest of the other teams still not getting into this kind of a fray here, including Austria Esports, still on the other end of the island. Well, YG now realize they don't want to waste any more time here because they're barely getting into the circle. Or Sin and HWG barely make it in, but at least they still got themselves a circle. And the airdrop. What kind of airdrop is this?
Like the airdrop just pities them. It's like, okay, I know you guys, I know I have time. Drop 2 airdrops for you and, you know, do whatever you want with it. But obviously, it's nothing they can do that situation. But now all the teams hugging the coastline with coming in and GE by the edge, meaning that they don't need to worry about the backs, they just need to focus on the team at the front.
Oh, that's kind of true. But the thing is, not going to be just one team in the front though. Mix jumping from one to the other, very slippery slope. Have to be extra careful, cautiously, one step at a time, climbing up this very steep hill at the coastline. Federales don't want to resort to swimming. They spot out a couple of players and teams still drowning themselves down there. They try to take advantage out of it. YG on top of all the other teams swimming down there. Still eager to find those kills and frags. While Esports and PBE on the other hand has been shooting them from afar. Wasper Mamba still scores on one, but a bit of exchanging done. HWG fought back. They were the one that's swimming down there. Now finally dogged themselves up. And they got themselves a bridge into the coastline. They managed to climb themselves up even. But the side of GE, they want to stay away a bit more possible. Going all the way down south. Now PBE have to leave their compound and go for Osja Esports. But even though they're still inside of a circle, Wasper Mamba makes even got himself quite a number of frag. But it's bleeding out. They're drowning even. Wasper Mamba Federalists, how to climb up there? How to do this?
Well, I guess Federalist's objective is just to get elimination points from whoever who's right below them. Is in a position to stop them, but then again, there's still space for them to still be in the water with the circle. PBE now taking advantage from the long to take out us. And that is it for the guys of Asia out at number 8 with 3 elimination points. Now, speaking about PBE needing to leave the compound, they're making their move.
The moment they step out of this compound, Osja Esports will shoot them down. Now, it's not impossible for Osja Esports getting back-to-back chicken dinner with full squad alive. Same goes for YG here. They have a shot to actually take the number 1 spot as well. Because GE left with only 2 players, but GE can pull the impossible even though they have 1 player left. Ranza spotted out PBE from afar. This is the closest they can get for any sort of a fight between these two teams, because the others barely get to dog themselves, still swimming down there, including Sin. I think Sin arguably can be the gold winner, the gold medalist for swimming the longest in the sea.
Yeah, they were even longer than HWG, and they still in 3 players, which is commendable for them, not gonna lie. But the next circle, okay, I don't think stage 7 circle will have any water at all, and that's pretty much it. If that's pretty much the teams. And yes, true enough, it goes 100% on land. So Sid, HG, this is their final circle.
What a horrendous circle for these guys till the end. Federal is down to only 22 bullets in that DBS Next magazine. Trying to shut down HWG, making it so difficult for him to pinpoint them out. They are just taunting him right now. Federales. Yakai managed to climb himself up and jump down again. There's a chance if he even toss a nade up there, it might just roll downwards. But Federal is being shut down by Yahiko. That was a fast swing.
Bruh, you had the DBS, you had the high ground, you had the land, but someone loses it. Oh man, for a player like Federalist, it's just devastating. And now we're putting focus on the teams on land. Young Galacticos by the edge of the circle. FV representing Sin by low gets knocked, and then that's gonna be it for him.
It's never safe to be swimming at this point. YG still taking reign over this high ground and this around this area. Have to be careful with the scopes. You might slip down. When we slip down, there's no way to climb back up. PBE spotted by the hands of YG, spraying over cool. But I'm waiting for Osja Esports to take action here. How do they address this matter? HWG still taking on Sen here. Surprisingly, HWG, even though they are in disadvantage before, they make use of what they have, make the best out of it. But on the side of YG, they keep on going in for the kills. They got 14 eliminations by now, and there's no stopping for them.
Wow, 14 already? Okay, I wonder how to bring them in the overall charts later on. We'll need to wait and see, as GE is still 4 eliminations. Not too bad. And the fact that HWG, they will have a time gaining elimination points. GE definitely has the advantage because they're still on land, they still have circle. But for the rest of HWG, 3 of them still alive. Everyone in the water. There's no place for them to climb up.
Now everybody's hanging on there, they're alive. Barely make it in at this steep cliff of the coastline as well. PBE spotted out YG, but look at the spread from YG. How confident they are to take 1 spot for themselves, 1 each angle differently. And GE on the other hand still spot out couple of spaces for them to shoot out for these guys. And YG keep on nitpicking all the fights they can. Everything that moves, they will shoot it down. But everything starts to unfold for them. But the problem is their resources running low. Ammunitions wise running dry on the side of YG. Pretty much nothing else in their magazine right now. including Loki even, spotted out PBE, but he needs to make sure every shot will give them value. If not, it will be a big waste and they barely have enough in their rifles.
YG Loki is moving towards PBE. Very interesting move there. PBE has advantage because they're looking at him though. Papa will be knocked out by Mernat. And all Esports, the number 5 for elimination points. Loki on the other side has a 3. He is in the middle, but PBE is getting closer and closer.
Try to creep them from the back line, being a ninja as he can be. But Waf's doing the same, proning over to that side bit by bit, one foot in front of the other. Well, Raimon, everybody's super low with the ammunition right now. Yatka tossing with throwables with whatever he has left. Hoping we'll connect to a side of YG here. Hoping to drop on one. They definitely drop on one sack. Yahiko is bleeding out. He needs to make sure the closest YG will be knocked down first before he can pick his mate up. But Mewtwo cornered, nowhere to run. There's walls, there's stones everywhere. All he can do right now is pray that he can have enough time with that mat kits they have left, which is going to be 8. We're down to 4 teams, but most of them are actually playing around the cliff area, while GE, YG and PB do have it in open space. I'm surprised Austria Esports is not here anymore.
Well, I'm surprised Yahiko managed to climb up. Somehow they found space. That means they can still gain elimination points with this sort of achievement. But then GE is alive as well, so they're still fighting neck to neck for this round. Now no teams have a full squad. We're down to the top 4 teams. PB has the upper hand with the numbers up on their side. Zai knocked down with a nade from PBE. Zai will be eliminated by Cole, leaving E out. And GE is eliminated before HWG, so now HWG has the advantage of getting eliminated points for themselves. But then again, it won't be enough for them to be at number 1, but at least they got the cap.
After such a great ability of rock climbing for HWG, it lasted them long enough. PBE still got the numbers here. 3v2v2 with YG2 players in between here. Might spot out core H2R. Too close for Loki, but he's running low of bullet. He cannot whip anymore. He doesn't have enough, but at least he knocked on 1. And another UMP. Switch it over. Spot out H2R. He knocked 2 down. Oh, Loki doing so much work for YG. Leaving PBE to only 1 Raymond left. He spotted out. He clutched the entire PBE by himself. Oh, Loki!
Oh, looks like we won't be seeing the trend happen, but maybe see HWG, but no, it's going to be denied by Younger Galacticos, Myanmar. So Younger Galacticos taking home this chicken dinner, taking parts of PBE who had the numbers. And Younger Galacticos, the play last time we saw them. How far will this bring them? Will this be able the opportunity to shoot up to number 2? Taking over HWG. This will be huge. Can't wait for the scores.
I'm not surprised if they can get number 1. The last time I saw them, they were at 15 eliminations. If I'm not mistaken, it was them. So will they be breaking the record? More than 23 eliminations by a team. That might be possible in this case. And if that happens, they can get number 1.
They could be the surprise team now, okay? Key almost in the record, almost evening up the record. 9 elimination points only for him with 1,101 damage. So Loki is definitely, and I mean he was the one that took out the entire PvE, 3 of them.
And not just that, Loki is the one holding the record for 10 eliminations per individual. And he's still holding that record for now, close enough. But I want to see how much the scores for the eliminations, because I swear to God, it's going to be 20-ish. If that happens, Cloud, that's just eliminations plus the chicken dinner, which is going to be 10. It's 30 points at minimum. They can actually get throughout this map, which they can actually get number 1.
Well, because GE had placement points as well, so I guess it'll be real close. Like, we'll get a confirmation real soon. But anyway, if that happens, right? Like our last 2 games, it's not like a 2-way race. And normally it's like 2-way race. But it could be a 3-way race. towards the end, this is gonna be insane. This is gonna be tight to the end.
Man, that flying car just now remind me of a Bond movie, you know? That happens in James Bond, right? If I'm not mistaken, exactly the same scene there. Jumping into the water with those vehicles, or Fast and Furious, if I'm not mistaken. But at the side of YG, I swear to God, if they break the record, I have nothing else to say. 30 points, Cloud. Exactly 20 points, 30 points on the dot. Now HWG got only 8 points, GE as well. The last time we saw them, I think it's YG number 1 now.
Oof. Okay, this is tight. There is a possibility. Okay, there's just too much math on my head. Okay, come on. Production, just show us the next one, okay? We can't wait any more longer. I mean, HWG, same point, so the point difference will still be locked in. But the prize will be YG. How close? Oh, are they number 1? Really want to right now. Okay, come on, time to change. Okay, here we go. Second place.
Oh my God.
Oh man, 12 points difference from GE.
There was a misfortune for most of the team because of the horrendous circle just now, but it's definitely a blessing for YG. The gap is not too far off, just 8 points in the difference between YG and GE, but HWG not too far either, they're just 2 points away.
Yeah, 2 points with YG and now 14 points with GE. I mean, 2 more rounds to go. Oh man, this will be a 3-way race. I think Asia Esports is just too far, considering that we only have 2 more rounds. So this 2 rounds will be 3-way race. It's going to go down to the wire. Man, we thought that it might be a 2-way race, but now it's going to be 3. This is going to be exciting for the last 2 rounds.
But the one they should be scary of is going to be HWG, because if you compare with all the other teams, they do have the most eliminations out of all the top 3 teams. 91 eliminations compared to all the others, which is only in 70s and 80s, right? So if HW want to push, this is the right time, which is going to be Miramar, but is that their map?
Ooh, it's hard, Fine later on, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, we'll hang on to a break. See you guys after this drama.
We just ended our run in Wrangel, and that was arguably one of the most horrible circle to ended up our day in the grand finals of Wrangel throughout any sort of PMPL. You guys are tuning into the PMPL SEA Wildcard fall season. I'm Chen Say Cloud, and Cloud, I hate to break this down, but I feel like Wildcard region grand finals always having the most bizarre circle across any PMPL in any region or the entire globe.
It's darky thing. It's now that I don't know what you want to call it, that order based thing. I mean, it's insane. But you know what else is insane? It is, well, the Myanmar team's now still in top 3. So I can see the chat like they're going like, oh, this is PMPL Myanmar basically.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, there's no denying that. But at least PBE climbing up in the very last minute. But still, Myanmar is the top 2 teams in the last map. But speaking of Myanmar, I'm scared to call out the circle this time. But at least we're not scared to mention about the pink dinosaurs that are available for you guys. Roar out with your mythical dinosaur suit with the dinosaurs, the pink one, which we never have pink dinosaurs, if I'm not mistaken, in the entire history of humans. But yeah, maybe you'll be the first one to get that one out.
Yeah, I admire shoes from the female character. I mean, there's like the claws sticking out. This one we have to admire. Okay, but I told Tash the other day, you know, besides the Ducati, the one that I admire from this graphic is the guy's shoes. Yeah, I think that's cool.
Oh yeah.
Like the high cut one.
Yep, I love it. I don't have this kind of shoes, but I feel like it's sort of a new brand they can actually produce for PUBG Mobile, just PUBG Mobile shoes. That'd be pretty cool though, if they actually make a physical of it, like merchandise, right? But back to the all new RPA series. But hey, Tencent, you guys know, PUBG Mobile, you guys know, that's coming out from us, commission please. But yeah, for their new RPA series. Also, you know what, if this actually like happened in real life, like the Tag Matrix bicycle do available for us to actually buy, I would actually don't mind getting one myself in real life.
You know what? It's every season we always come up with an idea. Like we always put it out on cast. And if it comes out, I'm waiting for our ideas to come out, and one day we'll get PUBG Mobile. But I'm still waiting. Okay, now we have the Dino Ground, right? I'm still waiting. When is Dragon going to be released? Supposed to be this year.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I was scared you might actually say we wish we do have dinosaurs in real life too. I mean, like I don't wish that to happen. But Dragon Ball, yeah, I've been waiting since last season. Was it last year?
Last year, yeah. It's that long. It's still this year, to be fair to mobile. It's already like June, so come on. It's just like our drama performance, right? The GE and YG is in this. That's why HWG is not in it.
Not HWG, but they definitely on top of the chart right now. Also, Esports might actually can perform in this one. And these are the teams that we usually see. They are very comfortable in Miramar map. And speaking of Miramar map, I'm so glad we're living a Wrangel based on the last 2 circles. I'm so glad that we have a happy ending now with a different map. But GE, every single time, they are quite consistent at the top 5, even though they didn't score the next couple of chicken. But this is their map still.
Yeah, like Sandhawk was GE top performer, Irregular GE top performer, Miramar GE top performer still. But if Yangon Galacticos come up with a surprise in this round and overtake E, that will be drama for the final round. We asked for a drama, and I didn't expect this level of a drama.
No, this is too dramatic, honestly speaking. But speaking of YG again, they can actually catch up here. But I almost scored. Yes, I did score.
Yeah.
But YG, HW, and GE is the battle of a 3-way war here. And Sin is also in the top 5 and now dropping into top 7, I guess. And maybe dropping into number 8 last time we saw them. But can also Esports climb up with 2 maps? It's quite difficult to say so. But HWG, YG, and GE on the other hand, we don't know who's the champion.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a 3-way race. And normally when it reaches this stage of PMPL of a tournament, it's always like, oh, there are 2 more teams fighting each other, or if more team, that one team that already has that gap. But this time we got 3 teams, so surprise. so happened that all these 3 teams came from the Myanmar region. To an extent, this is also like a statement from the Myanmar region to say that, hey, you know what, it would be nice we can get our own PMPL just because of the quality that we have. So I don't know, maybe in the future think like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised if that happens because Myanmar in esports as a whole, they are pretty strong in every aspect of esports, and especially PUBG Mobile, they are the one that actually having the most growth out of all the wildcard region right now, especially with GE consistency. Maybe first day of everything else, like even the first week during the league, but not really. GE is just strong, all-rounder still. Even though the first day of Grand Finals they have been very quiet, maybe they're just keeping it low profile and try to read out all the other teams' rotation first, then they start to take action on the second day. But right now, it feels like they are not really safe up there. It's a bit shaky for even though you're number 1.
Yeah, not really safe because like the last 2 rounds of rank they're like safe-ish. So this allows opportunity for the matchup. So YG who got the chicken dinner, that's why they kind of caught up there. So it's the same. And if you kind of think about it, like HWG and GE, they're having the same pattern of like, okay, we want to avoid these fights and try to survive to the final circle, and then if there's any opportunity to grab. But teams like YG grab the opportunity from the start, and that's why now they're in contention for the number 1. This is going to be insane. I think things will change in terms of their playstyle on how the Miramar game will be played.
It's all down to who gets the high grounds, and this is going to be Loki's specialty, by the way. So I'm waiting for Loki with that mini 14, and it's all down to the circles too. If the circle do have high grounds instead of a flat plane of nothingness, dryness land, then maybe they have a shot. Because Loki, when he comes to position himself in a very critical moment, he can perform so well. He's the type of person, when he's alone, he can do way more than whatever squad have to offer. But if the circle is just happen to be too far from YG, now that's going to be a difficult one. GE, can they play in the center again this time though?
I think they go back to the formula like what gave them the success, which is like, okay, try to get a possible pound in the middle of the circle, and that's where they're comfortable with. That's what gave them the best success so far from the chicken dinners that we've seen. But it's good. Oh, we're talking about Miramar. Let's go.
Walking to our second last map in the grand finals here. I just hope the insanity of the circle will not be dragged into this map as well, because we do have a very southern circle as a start. A very short flight path even from Los Higos up to the around the east coast of Junkyard. Will the circle be on the north then?
Yeah, for once we're kind of nice, like, okay, give them a full land circle somewhere in the middle, that's fine. I'm with tough circles, okay? My heart can't take it anymore. But looking at the drop, okay, so PG dropping into the areas of minus delta, we don't get to see that very often. So making use of the flight path by dropping in early. Unchallenged there, they'll have a good loot area, but that also means that they might possibly come in from the outside the circle to the inside and maybe try to get a little bit of points as try to get in.
But for YG side, they decided to just drop right on top of Prison and Los Higos. I mean, they'll still be taken by them. Valdemar will be crowded by HWG. Now that's going to be an interesting feat there, because both teams will happen to be open fire a bit long, but no way! What is this? I'm done with this game, man.
I'm done. Okay, yep, the door is that way. If you feel like the players
what a
right, like,
ridiculous circle.
yeah, what's in your mind right now if you're the players? We're like, I'm so done.
Oh my god.
Can we get dinner?
I feel like I want to give up with this game right now. Of all the places, like, this is 90% of land. But you still have to insert in 30% of water in that circle as a start. And after that last map of Erangel, if this hard shift down south all the way again, I don't know what else to say.
I'm lost for words right now. I don't know. PUBG Mobile, it's just having too much fun now. It's just like how you guys can have fun in the Dino Ground.
Even the Dino Ground, it's way more fun. Being eaten by dinosaurs is way more easier than fighting around this circle. Honestly speaking, really.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say, right? It's like the game just say to all these players, all these teams, it's like, hey, you want to be champions, right? You gotta show the champions, you know. You gotta show that you're champion material.
What, the champions of swimming? You can give it to Sin just now. They swam. They really swam the longest in the sea.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and gotta give it to them, you know. Like what you say, if there's the swimming Olympics, they'll really win it. I doubt this time they'll go swim. If they do, I have a lot of questions.
All I can do is just sigh right now. There's no words for this anymore. But at least it's a good sign for HWG and YG since they dropped way earlier than the rest of the teams on the southern side, like Minas Desa and around Los Higos. But West Point Mamba taking a fight with MH. MH, what is happening? Both feels like scouters for a respective team, and happen to be just bumping into each other too early on. And if this shift to Los Lunas is also not a good ending, because we do have gonna have an urban warfare, but it might ended up right yesterday, Circle Cloud. You remember around the mountains and valleys on the southern side of Los Lunas is also a tricky circle to play with.
Yeah, I remember that one. That one was like a lot of high ground, a lot of mountains, and it was really, really tricky. Yeah, totally get that. And it's an advantage to the teams who go into the circle first and get high. So if we kind of think of from that theory, right, like GE has the tendency of getting into circles early and going to the middle, so maybe they might have their advantage. But that also depends on what kind of strategy are they pulling out this time, because in recent rounds at least we see that they're coming in a little bit later. But for West Point Mamba, first blood, but now FOD is going to get the second blood.
Yep, they just gained themselves a minor victory over the side of TJOA. MH will be the first one to be, you know, dropping out from the lobby after they just entered again. But FOD caught West Point Mamba off guard and easily just taking them out one by one. But Federalists still coming up from behind. But here comes the entire cavalry of FOD joining in with the rest of the crew. Jaro will be spotted out valiantly, just taking the front line in the face of Easy. Even Easy can be shot down there. Joseph from afar. They're being wrapped around. Federales is just too far to give a support fire. And it's best for Federales to leave this place right now because he's the only one surviving, but a bit too late with a Mini 14. Joseph tapping out Federales ferociously, but lucky enough for Federales, he managed to get by.
Just taking a moment to see the elimination feed in case his name pops up, but Federal somehow still survived miraculously. Now, being all alone, that's pretty much nothing much that you do. You can only play for placement points, although he is the MVP for West Point Mamba. He was in contention for the CVP or something, but because of the overall team's performance, he kind of dropped out of the MVP race. Now with him all alone, unless he can pull off a chicken dinner by himself, then the MVP race doesn't matter. He's the MVP overall.
He was one of the best players last season. But unfortunately, this is the case for West Point Mamba. They always got caught early on during the looting phase when they just initiate their drop spot and just got caught off guard. And that happened multiple times for West Point Mamba. If you want to say they have to go back to the drawing board, it's a bit too late now. We have left with only 2 more maps to go. And they are the only team starting off with a solo play as a start. Only a couple of seconds into the game, we already got the almost entire team wiped up here. Haram and Bro try to get all those elevations at work. They already loot themselves quite enough for now, but they definitely want more because M16 is not the greatest weapon to use in this case. And I'm not sure about the other team, and we're still waiting for the second stage to commence. Just to confirm ourselves, where will the circle go? FOD still chasing in the hot pursuit of TGOA. That's going to be only one player here, but I'm not sure where are the rest of TGOA for now. Definitely one of the players knocked down early on. Namora Chili is on the low grounds. Edward fighting back for easy, but he's being surrounded so far.
Okay, that was knocked down by John, so they'll recover there. And John will finish off Edward. And looks like they'll be back as a 4. Easy down. And it looks like FOD, they're living up to the name. 5 of danger. They are being dangerous. And it has been the past year that they've been showing the danger that they'll be able to dish out. Now, we're already 4 points. They are just 3 points behind Austria Esports now.
I'm surprised they didn't perform as they are today sooner. If they actually do, they might actually be in the top 3. Because FODO has been one of the most aggressive teams down there. Just took them a bit more longer than it should be to be this aggressive anymore. Hopefully it's not too late, but here comes the circle. This is where everything just going to be dropped for all the teams. Oh, still going to be Los Leones. At least it's a better place than we had before, but comprise a lot of buildings in between. So I assume there's going to be a lot of teams want to jump into Los Leones town, including HWG, APG, Harame Bro, and FOD. And it will take a lot of time because there's too many corners, too many buildings to take covers from. But there might be chances. Some teams trying to drop around La Bendita. There's going to be 3 on the top as well.
Okay, I'm looking at top teams, right? So GE on the north, just next to Game Lab. On the south, we got HWG, got a good number of teams nearby them. And now we got YG, Magna getting across the key, shoots onto Magna, but no knockdown. Will not connect onto the player as well. But we'll focus on getting into the circle instead. Try to get up to the high grounds just on the right side. That will be one of the key positions with this kind of circle.
Romeo boy tried to spot out Magna players. Definitely they're going out for the hunt, but they are in the middle ground, not precisely to be on the top of everybody else. So they have to be extra careful, taking extra precaution, not being followed by any teams from the back. Magna going in a parallel direction to a side of YG. Euro spot out the rest of Enigma, make a bit of a U-turn, maybe just gonna drop himself down to see if there's anything he can catch. But it's a bit too risky since they're being chased by YG from the back here for Magna. So they have to figure out which one they want to pick for the fights here. If they pick the wrong move, it's gonna be the end for them.
Okay, I want to see if G wants to be aggressive and try to get those elimination points. Because before this, it was like, okay, yeah, we are at number 3. Maybe was a bit far, but all of a sudden after the chicken dinner, because he got that amount of points and at number 2 with only 12 points behind GE, it'd be like, oh, okay, time to take things a little bit different now. Okay, Falcon, still the same. They like to take fights on and put the question onto Magna, but Enigma could be the one to third party in.
Oh, Falcon and Enigma. Magna want to take advantage of this, but PBE taking on Falcon at the same time. And Yura still on his buggy while Caps taking on Goblin and D2Y. Magna stole it away in the last minute, but now Lambo got backfire for his plans. Enigma jump in the ship as well. 3 teams in a very small compound. There's no space for everybody, but YG, do they just stay quietly? Do they want to be part of this as well? Because QB is bleeding out there just across them.
Interesting if that happens though. But now, Enigma needs to finish up the job in this compound. But other than that, Alpha 7 gets a knockdown onto one member of AP. So it's going to be an opening for Here We Go Again. The circle moves towards Lost Look. So there's still the high ground for teams to play with. FOD is currently there, holding one key position within the circle. Now we can see that Here We Go Again must take a fight against their opponent, because in order for them to catch their number 1 spot, they can play safe, or they need to get elimination points in.
At the same time, I'm not surprised if the circle hard shift to the northern side just now where GE stands and PBE as well. And they both got themselves a double airdrop on top of that. Magna finish off by the play zone, or FOD finish off Yura. It's a bit of a mess up there. But we're looking at HWG, who's in a peaceful manner. I'm surprised we're not looking at the ones actually fighting. But HWG taking and just eating out the blue zone. Now they're going barely making out But for the side of APG, just next to HWG, that's going to be the next contender. A lot of plans are brilliant by APG, but it's just a matter of follow-up that's a bit delayed and causing the entire operation to crash.
Kaya with the high ground advantage. With a couple of shots, now West will get a knockdown to rival. No points to get. But with that knockdown, that could be their opportunity. Now KE, one of the good positions in this still. They're able to see other teams rotating, getting information at game 5. But YG is one of the teams happen to be below KE. Ooh, KE. Now in the fearless team, if they have the advantage, they'll definitely be willing to take this.
PBE next to YG and next to GE. It's going to be an interesting fight between these three teams though. All heavy firepower, heavy hitters team up there. Enigma spotted out one of the players of Falcon, if I'm not mistaken, and Falcon got finished off straight away. TGOA, more actually, this is a very interesting view he got himself. But Koopa taking on Sen. Oh, Sen, they still got their heads in the water before, and this is a very dry land. Feels like they're having a bit of a problem adjusting from water to land. And now they are just going to taking a fall back position, leaving one of the members to go and sacrifice himself, which in this case is going to be Holy Lanju. Enigma, the entire team is there, while the Blue Zone kicks in. They do have first aid, so they will not be that worried about their survivability in the next couple of minutes. The Blue Zone is not that too far off to get out from there as well. They do have each respective vehicles, even a mat kit entire of it. Ramen Bro spot out APG. Marcus indoors, and I'm not sure where are the rest of APG for now.
Caught out by the pros, and the pros were happy to take these 2 points. And
where's
too much effort there. Yeah, too much effort, but it's okay. It's okay. They want to be sure. Fine, as we'll be sure on where the circle goes. So there's still a piece of inside loaders, and there's still a piece of it on the high ground. So it could still go anywhere. But we do see a couple of teams inside of Lost Learners. YG is inside Lost Learners. Only Murder Boy on the outside. Of our key teams, GE on the north just next to Sin, and for HWG they are, I'm still locating where HWG?
They are on the right side, and it's going to be PBE next contender. They've been gatekept by so many teams here, including FOD. This is not great for HWG, too much at stake for them to go down easily, because they still have the contention towards number 1. PBE, on the other hand, will just leave because they're not interested in taking a fight against FOD. They know for the fact they want to go for more. If they're taking a fight against FOD, which is going to be a tie with them, but FOD already got themselves 5 eliminations. Same goes for Enigma, and that's going to be dominating between these two teams. Oja Esports, PBE were just running away from FOD, but like you know, they have to fight against Oja. On the other end, they just land themselves, pull over, just arrive, being greeted warmly by the fans of Oja Esports from indoors.
It'll be interesting to see if the circle does out of Lost Learners. Then we'll see all these teams scrambling to get out. It's just to each other, only buildings separating them. And right now for HWG, since they already got 1 point, only 1 point behind YG. YG, they still a full squad, and we do see inside of Lost Learners as well. But now the pros have arrived onto Osja Esports.
Skynin want to crash into Harame Bro. It's YG breathing behind their neck, and PBE want their revenge. GE taking on Sin. We're still waiting for Harame Bro to make a bit of a corner play here, but there's so many walls in between there. It's so hard for them to visualize about the positions of the other teams. Puff spotted out one across that window. Want to toss over this nade, hoping it will land across that wall. But the moment he just dropped those nades down, the rest of Harame Bro already leave the vicinity. FOD taking on Bro on the other end. The moment you want to leave, that's where you walk into another's compound. And FOD Nung, interesting view. That's going to be a lot of elimination if you can secure any of it.
Ooh, good for HWG. Now that FOD has high ground against them, the next move will be critical for HWG. And if HWG goes out, of course, YGE happy with that. And now, in the meantime, Kaya will get the knockdown to QB from Enigma. So it looks like the high ground battle is still happening as GE behind Enigma. They may be able to steal this elimination away.
QB got knocked and finished off by Kaya in an instant. GE taking advantage from afar with that Mini 14. Smile. Try to pop the smoke just in case somebody following him behind. West. He spotted out Cooper. But there's so many structures in between. Couldn't take a shot just yet. Ki firing onto a set of Master Smile with him M16. It's going to be difficult for him to just control the barrel. But West coming up from the other end as well. GE a bit scattered, yes. But it works wonderfully well for now. Because nobody can actually spot them out just yet. Except for those in the valleys right across them. But we don't see High play a lot though, coming up from KE, right?
Yeah, not really. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you made a good point. I think he's just in for maybe this round. Maybe the last 2 rounds they're allowing him to play. So that's gonna be interesting. That's what he came to the table for KE. But now speaking about KE, they still have Sin right below, and G is coming by. G on the outside circle, HWG as well. The only top 3 in the circle is going to be YG.
I guess Sean Boy stepping out from this match, coming up from KE. Surprisingly though, they're benching out Sean Boy. Maybe he's just exhausted right now. But on the side of PBE, Oja Esports, Arami Bro is too concentrated in the center of the circle on top of Los Leones in that. And top, playing ring around the rosy, but it's going to be GE taking over the side with West having a bit of a time to reset. But Zai, this smoke up vehicle is just too much for him to take on. Need to leave without this vehicle and find himself a new one. Maybe that buggy will work better than that Dacia for now. John and HWG having a change of fire. Mewtwo got finished off straight away. FOD taking on APG, but KE still reviving. FOD, what is happening to FOD? I want to see HWG. We're not looking at that side, but G-Lap also going on a brawl. What? HWG down to 2 people left. This is very dangerous game by HWG. They might lose their spot for number 1 if they lose this match.
Oh, Yaka down by few. Only one left now. HWG. Oh no, this is looking bad for them. I don't know how to clash it against the members of the Bros. Alpha, here's the last man. 50% health. He's running to his teammate Yaka. Managed to evade the nade. He's in the same compound as Yaka. And now Yaka being revived by the Bros. They seem to be interested to get as close as possible as you, putting pressure onto Alpha 7.
Too much at stake for HWG to go down like this. But at least this bought them time. Yes, PBE being shot from afar. But back to a side KE and GE. Having both moving in the same direction to get those high grounds. But KE is here first. Devon tried to toss a nade to a side of GE who's been scattered about. But they do have Enigma behind their back. On the side of Osja, they're saving HWG because PBE is being shot from behind. No, that was Arami Bro who's shooting down the side of HWG just now. But Osja slowly taking out lane by lane against PBE, leaving only 2 players left. I'm not sure what's happening on the other end, but GE retaliates and fought back. They will not sit quietly anymore and try to finish off straight away. Such a hindrance to them. They're not happy about this. Very angry shots to finish off, and might as well upgrade his own lead from this as well, coming up from Master Smile. But they can gatekeep this one hard because KE is still there. Enigma on the other end. GE not willing to move just yet.
Worried for HWG now because the opponents know exactly where they are. The Nick finish off Kaya. So it looks like Kaya gave himself to the blue. Denied the point. KE will only receive 2 elimination points this time. But for GE, already 4 elimination points. Starting to pull away from YG. YG have yet to make that since the middle of the city.
In urban warfare, a bit of a tense stalemate up there. But FOD got himself 10 eliminations by now, with Easy leading off at a 4 by himself with those frags. Easy with a Mini 14, trying to find for more frags as he can and try to deny mobility while in the process of hunting people down. But the circle shrinks and the generous one as well, with PBE in the center. Osja Esports were taking down 1 by 1 against PBE, but GE now coming into the fray as well, but they need to cross the street. YG coming up from behind with G-Lab coming in very slow, while we do have Enigma going on a big rotation up to the northern side. Surprisingly, they're taking a longer rotation. HWG, you know what, we're not interested. We want to be peaceful for now. We don't want to be any part of this because we have too much at stake. They will sit this one quietly.
Clap. Yangon Galacticos crashing in onto the compound. So now Yangon Galacticos will need the best rope. We're gonna knock down to Newbie. Newbie will be eliminated by Loki. None other than Loki, the man himself. And Romeo got the other side. Now Romeo going to throw from Game Lab. Game Lab, Kai is moving away, relocating himself, actually using his vehicle at least. But Murder, the solo Yangon Galacticos players, holding off the rest of FOD.
Tossing the nade out. He knows for a fact there's going to be a 2 crossfire coming up from FOD. John being the front line. Easy on the lower grounds. Manette keeping them at bay, but they're not taking the bait yet. They will not pull back as FOD keep advancing. Finding YG. Manette prepared with that UMP. Sprays them over. Now it's going to be FOD easy. He's climbing up. But Manette already anticipate that and shot him down. He clutched this by himself, but FOD still have Nung at the back line. This is a dangerous game played by the side of YG, but it's well worth it. It's go big or go home for Murnat.
Wow, crazy from Murnat. The rest of his teammates are assigned to guard the left side of Lost Learners, but he's alone on the right side, and he still managed to defend his area against FOD. 2 knockdowns, eliminations back to back for Murnat. Wow, this is insane. And if he wants to get his teammate, actually, he can't because of all the teams inside Lost Learners now. So Murnat has no choice but to defend his area all alone, and he's doing the business, doing it really well for his team.
What a well job done. High caliber plays that shown and exhibited by one singular player of YG, leaving Nang with nowhere to run nor hide. He wants to climb down badly, but there's no space for him to take covers. Spotted out Spooky, Murnat hunted by 2 teams at a time. Nang want to take out the revenge to a side of Murnat YG just now, but Enigma is in the way. Spooky is just playing and fooling around, but how much longer? They don't know YG is next to them. Bit dangerous to linger around. Cooper trying to find any sort of peek from any teams. Nobody's willing to show their hats here. Even Nang at the back line. But this guy's barely making it into the circle. They have to jump down sooner or later. G-Lab being advanced by the side of YG as well on the lower grounds, but Cooper spotted out for Rallis. That's going to be the last of West Point Mamba, placing themselves at 10th. G-Lab on the other end, taking on YG. Oh boy, everybody just hiding in the corner of the building right now.
Yeah, I guess it's common for an open warfare. Everyone's just finding the corners to come into the circle, just like what G-Lab is doing right now. But for Game Lab, from Yangon Galacticos, now they'll face up against Austria Esports, and they're still on the outside of the circle though. But Yangon Galacticos, Murnat is still alone and is still holding his ground against the last 2 FO. Now he has Enigma to deal with. Koopa is coming in together with Spooky. He's going to come in for another angle with the deep gameplay from Spooky. Murnat will be taken out.
Well, he lasted long enough. It's another 2v1, but this time they got himself a DBS. A bit difficult for the side of Murnat to hold it by himself again. At least the rest of YG already got himself indoors and inside of a circle as well. They place himself in a building where nobody's touching it. Well, Scardy, surprisingly, still fighting against another tower. I'm not sure which one. Because the Molly coming out from nowhere. Maybe Ultra Esports right across them. G-Lab spotted out HWG. Now, every single team they can spot out, they can just spray it out for G-Lab. Now, that's going to attract a lot of attention towards their side. They don't want that to happen because everybody else is just too close for comfort. Few taking on TJOA on Mura Chili. But Yatka finding his way in the maze of buildings.
Oh, Yaka being shot at. I gotta be careful there, but time is not on his side as the zone will close onto him. He's still on the outside. Esports has this compound. Scotty will shoot, and he will shot back by Renza, but Yaka will still go down to Kai. Yaka will be eliminated by X. Austria Esports stole their elimination point away, and game that they're not done yet.
No.
7 eliminated, and that is it for HWG this round. 1 more to go.
Can they play the catch up in the last Miramar map? Now this is going to open up the gap because GE still have 4 eliminations, YG got a 3, and GE still have a full squad. And nobody actually gave any attention to a side of GE. Again, they're playing the ninja. They work out right. They got themselves nearby the center of a circle still, but across the other side of a street. Harame Bro on there then, placing himself in a very crowded place. Ozja taking on YG, 1 sack. Another player of top teams. One by one, pick off by the teams out of nowhere. G-Lab spotted out Harame Bro, but they managed to get out due to structures in between. But 2 Pro not happy. Maybe want to chase them, following pursuit. But G-Lab, they kind of cornered down here. We're talking about 5 teams just next to each other.
Oh, look at the amount of teams. Like what you say, 5 teams concentrate south side of the circle. And now most of the teams, they still do not. They need to move forward. And as they move, the risk of getting shot is there. Just like what's his face now. Smokey got him. And 2 Pro knocked down by Koopa. Koopa trying to fight by Romeo. They're just trading it back and forth with each other.
Harame Bro, unsure about which direction they should focus on, but 1 second in the rest of YG taking on Ozja Esports. Ozja, who has been picking fight without any contenders, not being spotted out, now discovered by YG, and now they want to flush them out. Puff closes himself in a very small room. Skynin fighting the front line, spraying with a UMP like crazy, ferociously trying to take them down. Puff giving the support fire at the back with a UMP as well. Going on, reposition himself to finish off the rest of YG, but to make it so difficult. Skynin trying to help it, but Puff make a big of a flank. And that works, but he takes in the blue zone and that shuts down YG from taking that #1 spot. Nobody can stop GE now.
Oh, GE now is unstoppable like what you said. And still getting more points to pull away from the competition. Let's see how many points they can get. At this GE is the only team with a full squad. Enigma at the high ground. They were trying to stop GE from coming up. But there's eyes onto them. The moment Smokey and Koopa show themselves, Zai will take that shot. Yes, and hand. GE needs to plan how to get into the next phase as well, especially crossing the road properly. Koopa will be knocked down from afar. Smokey the only one left unless he can pick up his teammate.
GE haunted by the silhouette of Enigma, who got himself on top of them, but lucky enough the blue zone is actually closing on the side of Enigma first. They have to leave because right now, even though they revive, being shot down by PBE. No contenders for GE anymore. The only next one is going to be PBE. It's going to be 2v4 even. Can GE score another hat-trick of the day?
Oh, this is huge. They do have the numbers though. Who will make the first move? Okay, looks like the pros have been eliminated. That's going to be Raid. And now starting to move in. Could GE clean it up? It's going to be H2I and Cool. 2v4. They have the numbers. H2I is currently down. Cool, the last man. They want to finish up the job. They want him to this point. And GE moves in. Ichi goes down. But the zone will take him out. And finally, GE. Oh my goodness. What does it take to stop them now, Joe?
Another hat-trick 2 days in a row. GE, nothing to stop them. With HWG and YG knocked down way earlier than it's supposed to be. GE stretching the gap of first and second place, solidifying their podium spot. Unshook, steadily just forming #1 all day long. What can we do to stop them? Will they score a 4 chicken in a day? They got 2 days, consecutive 2 days of hat-trick.
Man, if the score last out, it will be icing on the cake for them. And if they get a then no doubt they will be the champions. But right now, GE with the chicken away from Young Galacticos, as well as here we go again. Oh, yeah, one closer now to getting that crown prize of being back-to-back PMPL SEA Wildcard champions. And EG have to be the prey of the MVP. He is starting to be the season MVP as well. He could steal it away from Federal just now.
Feels like there's no stopping Master Ichi to get the MVP of the season. And most of the season MVP race, 4 out of 4, I think 2 or 3 of them coming up from GE. I mean, the next map is still going to be their forte. It's still going to be their favorite map of Miramar. and they were traveling, one of the most traveling team down there. But the way they placed themselves to the circle, adjusting with what against them to be with them, that's a rare talent coming up from GE. We haven't seen a lot of teams that can have back-to-back chicken, even a triple chicken in a day, 2 days in a row, and they have done it against all odds. Even though conditions-wise is against them, they're still there. They still managed to get themselves in the center.
Yeah, and they managed to get to the center. Not only the center, but GE. I mean, this is a perfecto round for that. I want to see if the actually did cool. Looks like no, Zai got cool, so that's another back for 7 elimination points, bringing them 17 points in this round. Their close rival YG 6 points. Here we go again, 2 points. Definitely that will be. But FOD, depending only on elimination points, got them up to a top for the round.
This is the FOD that we know back in the days, and this is what I want from FOD, even from HWG. Surprisingly, HWG, they were running away from fights instead of taking it up. And the moment they run away because of how they're too close and too many teams around there, they're being eliminated easily. YG still can play the catch-up game, but it's a bit harder now. They have to eliminate GE first if they want this to happen. If not, I mean, like GE, no matter you try to shut them down, they're still gonna get themselves the top 5. A bit anticlimactic for our last 2 maps here, but it feels like GE already got this in the bag with the most chicken dinner. Quite a balance out when it comes to rank and eliminations. Definitely not the highest eliminations compared to YG. They are the one that actually have the highest number. But if you compare with all the other teams out there, this is the most stable, balanced team all-rounder.
23 points now with YG, and even the tiebreaker won't save YG. So GE to lose the number 1 spot is number 1 for them to go very, very early, and then YG to get more than 23 points. So doable, but because GE, they have it in the back, like they're driver's seat right now. I don't see them losing the number 1 spot now unless disastrous happens.
Unless they're playing like day 1, right?
Day 1, probably. But even if so,
they're nowhere near that.
Yeah, but even if it's like day 1, yeah, but obviously nowhere the day 1 performance. Even if that happens, like then you need YG to 24 points because of type to favor them. So I don't know. This is looking hard.
You cannot beat that 6 chicken with 1 more chicken in Marama. There's no way to beat that.
Hence my point is that there's no way you can beat the tiebreaker. You need to get 24 points in 23.
The problem is there's no way from stopping GE to get 0 point. Because that's not even one time they go down in a 0 point. Even if they're being eliminated early the first day, they still score 1 point. That's their worst performance. They place themselves in 13th spot with a fight. Now, the entire 2 days of the grand finals, not including the day number 1, we've never seen GE dropping numbers below that 8th spot. And that's where you start to get points anyway. And in this case, I mean, like, it's very anticlimactic, and now there's no more suspense in it. Maybe it's the fight for the 2nd place.
Yeah. All my logical numerical calculation, as long as there is still the number that's able to reach, I don't dare to say like, okay, no way. But of course, if we base on trends and data analysis, then yeah, I don't see them dropping as well.
How to stop this, guys? You know what? The more we're reaching the end, the wilder they get from GE. It's like out of our mind strategy. It's all tactical from them. You don't see them fighting too often, but you see them getting well when it comes to only 7 or 6 teams left. And that's how they really use their best time to frag it out and try to find the best position that they can actually find all the entry point toward the center of the circle. That's really smart of them. But coming up from HWG, that was really unfortunate for them. The moment they're being finished off by G-Lab and Osja Esports, 2 teams at a time. Just close their doors to getting that number 1. Same goes for YG.
Yeah, so I guess I don't know. The only way is that, okay, if you into the game, you disconnect their internet, they don't come back at all, then maybe YG has a little window. But when was the last time we saw, okay, we did see YG getting eliminations because Loki can go crazy, but he not only has to go crazy, he has to go crazy and also for GE to be out like 0 points. What you see trend is that GE has not gotten a 0-point game, at least for the last time.
Unless if GE is not playing for the last map, then we do have a chance for it, you know. But at least it's going to be the contention of number 2 and number 3, which it's also no surprise because we do know 3rd and 4th place is quite a gap in between still. But maybe they're going to surprise us in the last minute. I want to see teams that are actually on the 2nd page start to, you know, have this make it or break it, or just do, you know, they have nothing else to lose anymore. So just have fun and just go wild in this last map of Miramar.
Yeah, it's like King starting to do that, Falcon starting to do that. We can see the trend of them just going around trying to get nations. Whether they win or lose the fight, that becomes secondary. But you know, if I wish list, right? Magna to get the final winner for the entire tournament.
I mean, I would be happy to see that because we can see their potential and they're growing. The progress has been very positive as well, but it's just the thing is, Miramar is not the map that they are comfortable with. We can see that. We can see their potential growing tremendously in Erangel, but not so much. They are pretty much gone or just poof in Miramar. Barely get to see them.
Well, looks like our need a bit more extra time to prepare themselves for the final game. So we'll be short, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys in a bit for the final round.
One last time, we're flying back into Myanmar for last map, last round, last match of the PMPL Wildcard Southeast Asia Grand Finals. And it's back into the very dry land from Campo Militar down to Ladrilera, where will BGE taking another chicken to just complete the fourth one.
Oh yeah, this is the final one. Are we gonna get another like corner circle? I mean, it's been like 3 rounds already by now. Or is it 4 rounds? 3 rounds. And that will be interesting to see if we do get that as a finale. Now we can see Campo Militar, 2 teams dropping around the same area. So we got the guys of Asia to get another team. It's overlapping. Need to get a good. Oh, West is there. Okay, so 2 teams up there. Our key teams, GE in Power Grid, and the rest of them, we're still waiting. H is going a little bit later, probably to Myanmar again.
Now, since we are in the last map and knowing our champions by now, can we get a really ridiculous circle? Oh, it's gonna be the last nicest circle there is. After such a hectic day and such a bizarre circle the entire day, we ended up with a very good circle.
Yeah, at least a nice. The question: when do the players want to play nice with each other? Because like what you say, right? It is the last. And expect players to like really go all out with each other this time, and it's quite common in the world of PUBG Mobile that last game, especially teams who have nothing to play for, they would just go all the way searching for fights.
Yeah, I feel like they're starting now. Can see some of the players already hop into those monster truck, try to find their victims. Even Harame Bro starting off quite early with those nades, but it didn't land where it's supposed to be. It's gonna be DBS versus all the shotguns out. Except for him, he got himself an AKM. Orange down on the ground, Harame Bro in a problem. And can actually clutch this. Running low on bullets as well. He cannot whip anymore because there's gonna be an entire team of FOD and that's it. The DBS answer them all.
First blood given to John. And he got range. So that is it for range this round. But the pros, they still represent TGOA. Unfortunately, 1 knockdown for them as well. An early knockdown. The clash between them and the other team. And it looks not that low. Easy, super low. And Dale wants to finish it up.
Well, I think they don't have enough right now. It's a very small compound, not enough loot. They work with what they have. Harame Bro, just gonna go in for the fight. They don't care anymore. There's nothing else to lose for these guys. Except for the placement rankings and their prize pool, of course. But few advancing with a nade cooking up in his hands. We'll toss over to the side of John or Easy. Both running low when it comes to HP, but he's dropping too. There's nobody standing in that corner.
And
Nang, on the other hand, placing himself a bit flank than the rest of the team, slowly proning down. A bit cheeky, yes, but he cannot afford to whiff. Less than 60 bullets, less than 70 bullets in that magazine right now. No HP utilities for FOD. Waiting for the right time, but here comes APG as well. Oh god, this is gonna get messy.
Oh, APG. Oh, but Game Lab. Okay, so right now, Game Lab, they will lose Kai for lead. And they're just 2 points away from APG from the number 6 spot, the number 16 that nobody wants to be in. And now for the pros, back onto the pros versus FOD. They're getting closer and closer now as John gets knocked out by Marcus. This is what we kind of expected. Maybe had to butt in.
Oh man, for APG, they're trying to get what they can. FOD coming up from behind. Harame Bro with the first team out. With APG trying to get out from 16th spot. It reminds me of my mom telling me if you get a very bad result on your report card with your academy, make sure you're not the last place. And that's what they're doing for APG. But it feels like they're having a bit of difficulty to stay alive, as 2 of them being knocked down. But lucky enough, they got quite a distance between FOD and them.
Well, at least mom says if you get a bad result, you survive and get your elimination point. So there are one more point to go from G Lab.
G Lab newbie have to fight the entire coverage of Magna. Everybody's going wild now with a thirst for blood. Soya trying to find every corner, clearing every corner there is in this compound. Making sure everything is squeaky clean. Randomly spray when they open the window just to check the corners. In case somebody's waiting, but it's gonna be Newbie waiting right in the line of sight. Oh, Newbie, do it! I know you want to do it! Oh, he didn't open fire.
It took him a while, but finally he got the knockdown to Soya. There's a wolf hit there. But Newbie be counter fire upon, and Newbie will be knocked out by Yura. Newbie needs to be saved by his teammate. Now Mao tries to get in together with his teammate. Newbie finish off, but the fight's not done yet. Two pros waiting on the left. At the same time, Marcus not definitely easy with the DPS, but Mao got away.
No, Scardy spotted out Mal a bit premature for the fires. A couple of warning shots maybe, but oh, greeted with that grenade, tossing over that molly, hoping it will burn somebody alive. But Mal managed to escape from those scafarful. Scardy go back on the outside with his rifles. Spotted out these guys are cooking the nades up, but Scardy trying to fight, still got the fight in him, but by the end of the day, G-Lab have to place themselves at 15 for now. It's all down to APG, can they climb up?
Well, Mommy's not going to be happy if APG can climb up above Game Lab. And now APG, they still have the chance though, but they need to finish off Nang. If they can do that, they're on par. But the tiebreaker, well, there'll be a conversation for a later time. Let's see what happens to APG now. Exit needs to do the business. Exit 1v1. Here we go. And the life advantage as compared to Nang.
I don't think those shotguns can work anymore. He got himself a UMP. Reloaded. Yep. Still got like, what, 10 more bullets to go in those shotguns. Randomly shoot, hoping it will connect somehow. But oh, he just popped himself up. Exit! Oh, he scores!
He shoots!
And he's definitely happy about that. He scores. He is actually, they are on 15 now. They're not the last place anymore.
Oh yeah, with that, Game Lab will be at number 16. And he won't be happy with that. But now, okay, here we go again. Up against Austria Esports, both of them on the outside of the circle, but here we go again. They know they can't fall down at all if they want any hope of getting the number one. Austria Esports will be in pursuit, but at the same time, the blue will put pressure onto both of these teams.
Going back a U-turn is still the first stage, but it's going to be less than 10 seconds away for them to get into the second stage here. HWG still have faith in their firepower. They still can actually make it if they get themselves 20-ish elimination with a chicken. That had happened before by Sen. It's not impossible for these guys, but they're just having a great party here with Magna. Gun blazing around against KE, but KE fired back as per usual. YG not taking those high grounds on top of the crater field area. GE is moving alongside with the crowd this time. A bit unusual, but we still have the fight on the northern side. On top of Torre Ahumada. While we do have 4 teams still fighting around that area. The rest of them still on top of GE. But TGOA spotted out Enigma shooting QB from the back. And that's going to be it.
That's going to be it for QB. So Enigma down to the last 2 players. At least for them, they can go up to top 4 since FO is a little bit. And now for KE, playing for pride, taking out members of Magna. And Soya survived 50% of health. And it's going to be high with his elimination debut, I believe. And this is his first elimination. And at least Van gets a knockdown to Labo. So they have multiple angles covered onto Magna.
Hi. Saying hi to everyone out there. But not being greeted back. Magna indoors. Davan on the other angle. Trying to just having a bit of crossfire between them. But Falcon and West Point Mamba. Gerald and the Must definitely want to go in for the rush, but I didn't spot out D2Y just yet. The moment D2Y leave that compound, that small shack, Well, giving away his position. But here comes Cloud, which is Say Cloud. The other Cloud is actually doing the casting with me. But Jaro spotted out one of the players, shot him down. It's going to be Goblin first, bleeding out on his knees.
Good to take right now. Okay, hold your breath as Westpoint Mamba will be fighting against the fan. And they're going in for the revive. Now Mix on one corner. Okay, someone below. Okay, Mix will be prepared for this. Mix with the footstep. Definitely revealed his position. The runner come in from behind, from afar. Going to go for the back. Long backside with the Falcon.
Oh, here comes another D2Y. This is a very hard angle to toss that nade from. Elmas on the other end tried to climb up but failed to do so, and now he's not happy, just gonna move away. Same goes for Federalis. He tried to reposition himself at the backline of D2Y. Now we'll caught him off guard, but D2Y definitely heard those drift done by Federalis. Mix on the ground. Still, D2Y already prepped himself some nade that makes Federalis. He spotted this out, so reposition himself a bit further than usual. But SayCloud start to move as well. Must spot it out. SayCloud! But Mars on the run. Spotted out. SayCloud not willing to go down just yet. Taking covers from behind that UAZ. Almost exploded. He got himself a rock in between. Mars spotted him out. He didn't have time to heal himself, even though he got himself DBS to work with. But Mars now next contender. It's going to be Goblin, who got himself back up to his feet.
Ooh, shots fired by Federalis. Will it be enough? Yes, still. As they manage to eliminate Falcon. So Falcon will be out. And there's still opportunity for a couple of teams below them to catch up onto them. Not looking at the circle. GE has smiled in the circle. And they seem to be on the clear. They'll be minimally challenged. HWG in the middle of the circle. And YG in the high as well. In the prime position where APG is at.
This is the first few times we actually see West Pomamba survive the fight from early skirmish. Usually it's quite difficult for them to survive this long, and when being forced to fight, they're having a bit difficulty to work as a unit. But when it comes to KE, on the other hand, things are a bit bizarre and a bit chaotic, but still working out right with taking out GE. Happens to be the champion. Zai is down. The rest of GE isolated. Zai being left behind just to make sure things are clear at the back line. But Master Smart not happy about this, going in for the rush possibly. Master Ichi take it on high, put out the entirety of KE and keep the pressure on while waiting for Smile to reposition himself at the flank side, an off angle that KE can see him coming.
High eliminated by West. That's another extra point for GE. Young Eagles managed to get one. But with that point from GE, again, they're opening up for KE. Down to Nikaya. I think he'll be having a chill time here on the circle. Lucky for him, there's no one in front of him, so can still somewhat walk to it.
Got bandages, but you're looking at this, you know for a fact GE is rushing over that side. But last time we saw PB is just behind them, somewhere there. Sin, on the other hand, a very awkward place to refuel his tank. But TGO walking straight into the warehouse of Enigma, and that's in a flash. Cooper just finished off one. Moi being spotted by Cooper, but this angle is just difficult for him to land any shots from. Very ambitious indeed.
Go Cooper onto Sin, spots out. But Enigma only left with 2 players, whereas Sin has a full squad. But Sin is interestingly not interested to take the fight. I guess this is the last round. I would have Sin would have been like, okay, let's just go for it. Since they have most eliminations in a single round, 23. So they do have the firepower, they do have action, but this time around, it's a different kind of Sin.
West Point Mamba waiting for TGOA to push in, but last time, who was that who climbed down just now? It's a different team. I think that's going to be possibly Australia Esports maybe? But TGOA, West Point Mamba, no, it's actually Magna. Across them, moving in the same direction. We do spot our HWG across that corner on the left side. But now they're walking straight into the circle with PBE taking on Magna at the same time. Feels like there's going to be more than one team around this corner. Might be 4 or 5 of them, including West Point Mamba here. PBE will try to leave just advancing slightly forward, but GE is waiting on the other end. If they're not being careful, be caught off guard here. HWG on the other end. Now where to go for BBE? They're kind of stuck here.
Oh, where to go? BBE onto Magna. Now they send Cool out. Okay, probably baiting out the shots, just information. Now PvE, that shot at by Magna, they will turn around. Oh, vehicle smoked up. They can't use the same vehicle again to do the same move to try to crash it. But taken out by the zone, and KE only last man. And no, KE actually eliminated. So that is it for KE. Thank you so much for.
I have to say this is one of the fastest Miramar. With the 4th stage only left with 10 teams here. This guy is having a fun time and just enjoying the game as it is. With nothing else to lose for each of the teams. We do have GE still trying to go for their 4th chicken now. They still have something in the bag. They still have something to aim for. But PBE will be the next victim as GE plays himself. But YG will be cutting across those mountains as well. And they might actually spot out GMPB at the same time, but HWG will be the one in the center. Oja Esports coming up from the left side, which nobody else is there. They have a very clear path getting into the circle.
YG still has an interesting position though, like a high ground. They're able to land long range shots. They're able to see rotations for teams. Coming down is going to be easier for them. So I wonder, will that be a surprise from YG in later? And now for Sin, gatekeeping another team on the left side. They have also Magna in front of them, but Magna is a little far. So that team that are gatekeeping right now is going to be Enigma. And Enigma only 2 players. It's hard for them to spread out and get information. So they're probably dependent on whatever they in front of them.
Yeah, the thing is, if they want to spread out, where to go? Because West Point Mamba is just next to them as well. And TJOA Edward is spotted out by West Point Mamba the moment we mentioned them. And Edward already on the ground. Murachili on the other hand, close to being knocked. That's going to be the last play of TJOA as well. Ermas want to finish him off, but couldn't see from this distance. Reposition himself on the other side, possibly. But the rest of West Point Mamba tried to shut them down, coming up from the back line. Federalis already make a move. Amura actually managed to reset himself. And Edward will have to say goodbye for now. But thank you so much for the teams already out. But we're talking about the teams that still remains in here. West Point Mamba Jerry randomly sprays, hoping to clip on Amura. But finally, they got and spotted out Amura Chili. And that's going to be TGOA, the guys of Asians.
The team with the sexiest name bows out. Hopefully we'll be able to see them next season and maintain the same name because it's just that cool. But now for Caps, not cool being on the lower ground against Sin. And without a teammate, he's all alone with Kayla coming in. Caps has a vehicle. Caps will try to play. But if he goes too far, he could bump into West Point Mamba instead. HWG in the circle. IG still has the high ground. GE in the circle. Our top 3 teams still is. Caps, how far is he going to go? He's going to go into the same compound as Marvel Magna.
9 teams left within the 5th stage of the circle. Quite an early sort of rotation for most of the teams. A lot of early skirmishes as well. Magna quite split it out between themselves. Even though they have 2 players, but just being separated by the war zone in between. West Point Mamba reposition themselves on top of this ground. Do have some walls. Sin playing alongside with the terrain. Couple of high grounds and lows. A lot of valleys in between here for Sin. Barely make it into the circle still, but it's not that too far either. Magna just across and West Point Mamba waiting on the other end. YG still having a full squad, same goes for Ozja and PBE. Now I haven't seen too much of PBE just yet. Last time we saw them, they were fighting another team, but didn't score any point just. Ozja Esports now approaching YG, attempt to take them down. But Manette have to decide that whether he wants to stay on this buggy or not, because it doesn't seem too promising for him to just ride this any longer.
Oh, they're not go too far. If not, Ozja Esports can shoot it down, but they're gonna open up the fight with Loki down and Loki once more. Mernab boy arrives. Loki gets knocked out by Astro DB. And now Pop-Off on the other side. Mernab will shoot. Mernab connects on the Pop-Off. But now Mernab resets. He needs to reload. Ransom will get it knocked out to Romeo Boy. 1 second stun. That thing as Younger Galacticos will secure that eliminating that down. But the rest of Ozja Esports, Pop-Off as well as Astro X not done yet.
Puff down to only, never mind, knock on his knees. 1 second is clutching. the entirety of Osja Esports doing so much work, but finally he is down. Left with only Manat cooking up the nade, but I have to pick up Romeo Boy first. They are in jeopardy if they lose the entire team. He need a backup and making sure he got himself an insurance in case anything happens to him as well. But we do have Sin approaching this side. Astro Axe keeping the pressure on with those nades, keeping them at bay, not pushing. And actually, I tried to revive his teammate, and Skynet have to support fire. But the thing is, this is a difficult slope for them to defend for Osja Esports.
Yeah, Mernat, he can just randomly shoot. But anyway, job is done. Osja Esports eliminated by YG. YG has 4 elimination points now. Still a hill to climb for them to overtake GE because GE is still at 7 teams. All these teams are starting to get rank points.
It's kind of true. The top 3 is not changing yet. Where is the others? Where are the others? I mean, like, where is PBE? I haven't seen them a lot. West Point Mumbai and Magna. Magna kind of stuck with you. Thank you so much, observers. But PBE, they got themselves quite a comfy compound. If they is in the low ground, but GE barely make it in. West do have those elevation, but not the highest just yet because YG is right across them. And YG is still trying to gain as much eliminations as possible. But doable still if they can actually score another 18. But right now, GE already placed themselves in the top 7. I don't know if they can overtake GE. I think it's impossible by now.
Yeah, it is hard because the rank is starting to in. So I think GE is kind of safe. But see if they can actually put the icing on the cake, right? So this will be the next challenge. With HWG in the middle of the circle, YG still has a high ground advantage. Now it's GE not with a circle at all. And with PBE on the right, if they do go through like the slopes, then they could take them out.
It's not an easy slope, by the way, to climb up there because YG are already waiting at the edge of it. All they need to do is just keep on spraying downwards, and that's it. It's job's done. Now, even before they're climbing up, look at how they take the fights from afar. Knock on PBE players down in that warehouse. And HWG is under their radar right now. For YG, is easily just taking whatever pick they want.
Ooh.
There's somebody in the small shack. Who is this?
Oh,
it's gonna be Mal. It's Mal.
Yeah, it's Mal. Yeah, there you go. The last member of Magna has me just.
Soya is screaming.
Soya.
Soya is screaming right now. Never mind.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but anyway, West Point Mamba is closest to Mal, and they it's actually closest, so they are coming in. Sin Kayla doesn't know that Mal is there. Mal not revealing his position yet, but okay, here's going to be a toss. Will it land? Cold Sin is slow, Kayla is slow. Ooh, evaded.
Close enough. Master Ichi got finished off by the play zone. Surprisingly. Finished off by West Point Mamba instead. Sin taking on West Point Mamba Amas, who's happened to be in the open area with nothing to cover with. Holy Lanju joining in with the rest of the team, trying to take down a YG, who's happened to be impossible to reach by these guys with this high ground. Very good spot. A sweet one indeed. But Romeo Boy spotted out West Point Mamba. He can easily just steals away all this elimination, but Sin managed to knock on one. West Point Mamba Amas taking out by HWG Alpha. Sin taking on West Point Mamba as well. West Point Mamba, everybody want a piece of him.
Oh, yeah, West Point Mamba caught in the rut and now been eliminated. But still 9 elimination points, commendable for a 7-spot finish. And YG still has a high ground, but below him. But PB is still not moving. Okay, now PB is making the move. They're creating a smoke bridge. They're making it to the circle. But Smart will be taken out by Cool. And that for GA. But I guess it doesn't really matter for now. But number 2, number 3 is for grab.
This is arguably one of the fastest rounds we have in Myanmar. We barely get 5 teams left in stage number 6. Usually stage 7 or 8. But this time, it's a bit faster. Everybody's super excited for the announcement of PMSL, of course. But back to a side of Sin. Holy Lanji tried to wait for the opportunity, the best time to open fire. But PBE, nobody can take YG down unless what they tried to do with Raimon and HR. But can they make it up without being shot down by YG? Oh, they actually do have an airdrop, but never mind, a big U-turn. Don't take the bait. Raimon! Where's Raimon? Wait, where's HR? He dropped himself down.
Yeah, someone forgot how to hold on to the ride. But it's okay, so it's okay. It's still around, but they didn't manage to get up to the high ground because the moment they went there, oh, wow, he's waiting. It's like, okay, nope, we don't want to have any of this. And YG still have the ground, move slightly further forward, and they'll still be okay.
Now YG repositioned just a bit further to the front, advancing towards the circle. It's not that far either, less than 10 meters away. YG, some of them finish off by the play zone. Surprisingly, they are not supposed to have that kind of condition in their case. Sen Holy Lunge is still indoors. They're not willing to pick out. HWG also doing the same thing here, but Holy Lunge start to move forward with the DBS prepared in his hands. 1 second spot out PBE. Magna shutting down on Holy Lunge the moment they advance, and 1 second. YG is doing it. They try to pick all the fights they can. On the side of Loki, dropping those nades down with Magna Mal taking a fight off Sin again. Sin eliminated entirely, plays himself at 5th. Romeo Boy and the rest of YG, they are farming those eliminations.
Well, PBE. Oh, say that they got the full squad, but seems like one of them will be happy eliminated now. YG and also HWG has the most manpower. H2R needs to be picked up by, but Raimon seems to be not going in for it, so it's now going to be right. So it's the last two for PBE.
Mewtwo in his car. A sniper rifle. 1 sec. Running dry with those bullets. 19 left in the magazine. They're all running low on bullets right now. They do have UMP just in case for their spare. 1 second, decided, you know what, it's not going to work this time, so we need to move and push forward. They're barely at the rim of circle. This is the fastest game, Cloud.
It is. Stage 7 without the last two teams. But the last two teams, it matters. Because this for the number 2, number 3 Galacticos, they will be motivated for it. Especially now they got the knockdown, so they're going to crack on to go again.
Oh boy. They do have the numbers for YG, but they need to pick their members up. HWG, they make it on time. All they need to do is just having a bit of a first aid, and that's done. For Romeo Boy, running low with those magazines. Here comes 1 second.
Oh,
nice. Oh, fire! Knock him down! YG want to finish off with a bang, but can they deliver?
Beautifully done. 2 nades, 2 knockdowns. More to go. It's going to be Yaka against the wall. Unless he can pull off an insane clutch. But YG in 1 set is going to come in from the corner. Whereas Murphy's going to come top. Now they're going to go in for the rush. They know there's only one left. Yaka needs to pull off an insane one was to get the chicken dinner. The shots come out for Yaka, but the DBS just too much. YG gets the chicken dinner and the second place together with them.
Definitely YG still stands strong in the second place, because we do know who will be the champion, because GE, they still score themselves a couple of more points till the end. But YG, what a great ending just now with another chicken in the back. With the swag. Finish off and making sure they're putting down HWG at that place, which is going to be third for now. But HWG, this is the most growing team, aside from Magna, during the grand finals. They were nowhere near up there when it comes to the league stage. Even YG, like YG, we definitely saw them during the league stage. They are on the top 3. But HWG ended up the grand final with third place. Incredible. 1 second just now. You know, I think they had a lot of fun in the last map.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't complain if you get a chicken dinner, right? So that is going to be 1 second the MVP award. Now, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned, because TMSL announcement will be up very soon. So don't go anywhere, even after we announce the champions, which I think by now is going to be kind of obvious. But we still need to go through the stats. So YG, obviously.
We don't know.
Well, yeah, we don't know. We don't know. Don't ask me. I know it's finish up second.
You mentioned about stats. Yeah, this is the least amount of throwables in the map as well, in the big Miramar, by the way.
Yeah, we only got like what?
Everybody just using vehicles. This is less than 12. The most is gonna be 12 smokes.
Yeah. just running and gunning this time. It's like what, 12 smokes for that, 11 frags for YG, and that's about everything else single digit. Yeah, this is the lowest of all that we've seen for sure.
Yeah, everybody just used vehicle as their main weapon. But I remember this when Newbie waited for such a long time to open fire. You got to clear 4 players and futures now. Nobody tried to check where it's obvious. Everybody tried to check the corners. Sometimes I think it's really smart to be at a very obvious place where nobody can think of you actually proning down there.
It's like what they call reverse psychology, right? It's like, you thought that like some at that, you know, corner evade, but actually I'm at somewhere like in the middle of the room or something. But yeah, reverse psychology sometimes do.
Now, we definitely don't know who's actually number 1. We don't know because the point is just too close. But YG close enough to having that 24 points you mentioned before. But we're looking at GE gain another 3 points. But I still don't know who's number 1. Definitely, it's a mystery right now. It's such a tight game and a tight race.
Oh yeah, I absolutely know who's. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Your tone gave it away, Cloud. Come on, play alongside with me. Come on.
Oh my goodness, who will be number 1? I have absolutely no idea. This is the biggest surprise of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard ever, and here we go. G with 4 points is our Wildcard champion for the 2nd time in a row.
If only YG score another 5 and be a bit more aggressive, this will be a very interesting story.
Oh, but what's interesting is that YG is a team with more than 100 eliminations.
Yep. Second, first highest. Second is going to be HWG. Third is actually FOD. Where I think still GE playing out, balancing their rank position and eliminations quite well. But don't forget about Enigma. There's 2 teams without any chicken in the first page. There's going to be FOD and Enigma. Both are having quite a high frag number.
I like how like from number 1 to number 10, like all the flags are like in accordance. Like you got the Myanmar teams, and they got the Cambodian teams, and then the Filipino teams. And then it just jumbles up from there. But for Game Lab, unfortunately, just one difference from APG. They will still be at number 16 still. APG managed to get number 6, the dreaded number 16 at least.
At least APG shoot it up in the last minute, right? They're not last. So if you can't beat the best or be the best, don't be the last. And that's what it is. For G-Lab, on the other hand, I mean, like, they had a very good season last season. I just hope they're getting stronger for the next season. But other than that, I mean, like HWG, I'm looking forward for the next performance, the next tournament.
Yeah, HWG, definitely. This is a team to keep your eye on for the next season. Probably they will come back in the team, we don't know, because of this kind of performance. It does give a little bit more color to the card, because what we see on page 1, majority of it is teams that we normally the Wildcard. Normally we see in the Wildcard finals as well, like Austria Esports, like FOP, people there, Enigma, Sin. We've seen it before. So we'll be able to see WG's return next season. Keep your eye on Harame Bro as well. I think you have a good potential. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them in the last day. But champions!
Woo! Genesis Esports, congratulations! What a surprise! Winning over with only 4 points in the lead against YG. And YG definitely feel devastated because it's actually that close.
Yeah, it is actually a surprise. You think about it, day 1, we were like, oh, GE, what is this? Oh, GE, why? GE, this, that. But day 2 onwards, they just go insane. It's a superb comeback performance for GE. The biggest comeback probably in the PL1.
If you ask for comeback, I have to vote for HWG. Because GE, as a start from the initial bonus point, they had a 40. But HWG, on the other hand, that's a real Cinderella story. But for GE, it just shows how high caliber, how quality of the players are in their playstyle. Even though they didn't gain so much in the day number 1, but triple chicken 2 days in a row. Nobody else can pull that off.
I'll still give them my comeback award. Because how much they have dropped on day one. Yeah, I'm not going to discount HWG for sure. Not going to discount them. But of course, being champions, still champions, right? So yeah. Anyway, goes to everyone there. Okay, so everyone's happy.
But if you notice, the second left player and the right side players actually look like brothers, right? Just the hair difference, that's it. Are they brothers though?
Now I cannot unsee it. Don't have the answer though.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, GE again, one more time, the champion, back-to-back 2 seasons in a row from Wildcard. It's not easy, but they made it, and they came back strong in the second season, by the way. I'm looking forward for their performance in PMSL. But at the same time, you talked about GE, they need to get to PMWI, right?
Okay, the fact that GE...
Is it PMWI or PMGC?
Okay. Here, since they are already champions and they'll surely be on PMSL, right? So, because they PMSL again, meaning that they can collect PMSL points. And the fact that they can collect the points, the hope of going on to PMGC. And here's the official announcement. GE will be the representatives of the wildcard region in the PMSL. So, you need to 2 seasons of PMPL and PMSL points, and the high in that region will go to PMGC. So now the Genesis was qualified on to PMSL again, meaning that they have a chance.
They have a shot at it, and hopefully they will really gonna go really hardcore boot camp to be in PMGC, because when it comes to the next stage, even PMSL, last time we saw them in PMSL, it wasn't that great, but hopefully with this sort of a revamp strategy they have with their playstyle, it will be a very different team indeed. This is going to be our representative coming out from Wildcard region to take that 1 slot for each of the region. They made it in, and you guys have to cheer up for GE, but it's going to be in Malaysia. Wait, it's going to be offline?
Yes, and the prize. So it will be in Malaysia at the Sunway Velocity Mall. And this time around, because it's in the mall, it's in the main atrium, you guys know you can watch your favorite stars duking it out. To save the date, 25th to 27th of August, the grand final will be at Sunway Velocity Mall. The league will be somewhere else.
And if you guys happen to be our international viewers from the Wildcard region, hit us up and Cloud will buy you some things.
Okay. I would to the person claims it. Okay, I'll put it out there, alright? The person who comes to us on that day to claim it, okay, you get a free drink.
Yeah, I will buy you some Sky Juice.
Didn't say drink, right?
I'm gonna
That's
buy
not
you
blow
guys
or
Sky
cover,
Juice.
right?
It's still. But you guys happen to be here, don't forget to hint us or even say hi to us. I don't know if we will be there.
We don't know.
I hope we do, Cloud. We don't know.
know.
But it's a very good mall. I can tell you that. It's a very good mall.
Yeah, actually my mom's house is like walk distance from the mall. So just saying, alright?
Is that like one of the small buildings next to it?
Not too far. But oh, okay, what's not too far is our season MVP, Ichi, our season MVP. This round, taking it away from Federalas.
Oh man, I think the next in line for season MVP is also coming from GE, but we do have all the other contenders for different titles as well, as the top Terminator, top support, and all the others as well as Scouter too. But Master Ichi take the all-rounder. We do know when it comes to Master Ichi, he's the brain for the team. He's the mastermind for the entirety of GE. But for Gunslinger, we have back in the fray. Federalis win over for the Gunslinger again. Grenade Master is going to be more from Sin. YG have 2 players for Phil Medic and Eagle Eye, Andrew and Romeo World respectively. But aside for the MVP of the season, Master Ichi making sure he's alive till the end of the day with the survivor.
Yeah, Master Ichi is still the top survivor. Well, we can't have a party without Federer, right? He's up there for a reason. So congratulations to all our individual awards recipients as well. Great players. I mean, those names that show up, no question, they're amazing. But you know what, Choo, we are already at the end of the show. So before we go to close it off, maybe last words.
Yeah, we're sorry for our shortcomings, but if you guys happen to be in Malaysia, we're gonna say sorry to you personally, okay? But stay tuned for PMSL and find Cloud if you want some free drinks. But thank you so much, everyone. We saw a lot of names that has been with us since day one, since last few seasons, like our main, and some of you guys, including like Hinted, or a lot of very hard to pronounce names. But you guys are awesome. I love you guys so much, but I also thank you so much for having me to share the dance with you, Cloud.
Very happy.
And our observers. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Production and observers.
And everyone else behind the scenes. So many people for us to say thank you to, but you guys know who you are. I'll try to say a few names. Okay, so Potato, we got Sadi Hussein, we got OK, Yerlin O, Ted, we got OOO. Hopefully I didn't butcher it. But that is all for us. Hope to see you guys future, and thank you so much for being with us for the 2023 PMPL SEA Wildcard. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Choo. We'll be signing off. See you guys in the future. Bye.